pulling the file up for me here now. This is estoppel. Got it. Okay.
One of the other things you need to do is you also need to check into your state being tax exempt. When we got our individual banker's EIN, we went in and identified ourselves as a non-tax exempt organization, non-profit tax exempt organization. So now you can go in and basically get the tax exempt, sales tax exempt status from the Secretary of State if your state has sales tax. Does anybody out there have any questions on what we tried to cover Sunday night or anything?
Hey, Sunday's call was really good, and I don't have any questions. I see that the new file just showed up, Thomas, the case estoppel.
Yes.
I'm downloading it.
Due process prohibits applying collateral estoppel to one who has never appeared in prior action. Under the doctrine of collateral estoppel, if party has been accorded full and fair opportunity to litigate issue in prior proceedings, due process is not validated by denying party further opportunity to litigate the same issue in subsequent proceedings. When the party relying upon collateral estoppel wields it as shield or as sword, due process forbids that the opponent be collaterally estopped if he did not have a chance to litigate the issue in a prior action. They're coming in under collateral estoppels in all regards, under a criminal court case, or even in some of these civil cases like mortgages. You have to come in with your higher collateral estoppel, which is your collateral or your estoppel by deed. And then you put that into the court case, and basically, if you've got an existing court case, there should be no charge for you to file that into that court case. If the clerk of the court is for trying to charge you or anything, you basically notify the prosecuting attorney in the process, if it's a state action. Because you have the right to basically defend yourself, and by putting that paperwork into that court case, that is part of your defense action. You have to know what you're doing when you go into these clerks of the courts. You don't argue anything. You are not a sovereign, so don't utilize that term sovereign. Be careful while you're driving in a vehicle that is still registered with the state. The state has a claim against it. You have to turn around and do an estoppel by deed over that vehicle and then get that on file with the Secretary of State or the Department of Transportation, and also go after the MSO, which is being held at the Federal Reserve Bank that services that state. Otherwise, you keep a low profile until you totally get out of the system. You don't need to go be sitting in jail over a minor item out here while we've got the resolve to shut the whole thing down. Supposedly they put up part of that movie that on YouTube or something. I haven't seen it, but basically one person was telling me it. They thought they had saw it up there on YouTube. Jupiter Ascending, to where basically she has to go through all the government agencies, and basically the key thing was to get her tax identification number to be able to get her title and her inheritance. And that's what we needed to do. We needed to get our proper tax identification number, which is our individual banker's EIN number, and make our individual banker the CFO of our private bank. An unincorporated, non-profit organization. An organization is just an organ that has a bunch of different parts. Heart, liver, lungs, arms, feet, whatever. So you have basically your checking and savings account. You have other assets out here that you have to bring in. Driver's license, certificate of title to your vehicle, title to your property, fishing license, hunting license, all these different instruments out here that basically have been utilizing our collateral, our assets, under a letters of credit that were granted to them, and that was basically under the auspice of our foreign grantor trust person. And then they owe us the rent because we are the landlord. We came from the land, and we're standing over the land, so we are the landlord over our inheritance. They are the renter. They owe us the rent. They're leasing our assets. All these different terms fit into the scenario. They're controlling a guarantor that is obligated to pay the item. What we have to do, our chief financial officer now, has to issue back to them when we get a negative or a positive bill. In their world, debt is positive. We have to issue them a negative credits to cancel out the debt. We can't give them a positive credits because a positive can't cancel out a positive. It's got to be a negative. Take a look at some of your statements that you have. If you've got a good accounting system or a normal accounting item, like I had one for an oil company, I went in and deposited $3,000. They put it down as a negative $3,000. Well, that's credit that I put on file. So my credit is negative. Their charges are positive. I have to release, or basically they automatically took it out and released the credits out of what I had on file with them to set off the debts, the positive charges that they had. So right now I've got a negative 800 and some odd credits remaining. But it's negative in their books, on their side of in their corporate structure world. That is the other set of accounting books. That's the hidden accounting book that you don't see. You're looking at basically the fraudulent one that's out in front there, trying to make your credits appear as being positive, and the debt as being negative. No, the true accounting is debt is positive in their world, and the credits are negative. That's why you have to do a bill and do a endorsement with a negative release of your credits to do a set-off. Okay, anybody have any questions on this?
No, I understood it.
So we should be putting negative on our coupon draws.
Yes.
Yeah, tax bills or whatever you get, those are a positive. Those are a debt.
Right.
And the debt is owed basically to us. So, and see, all taxes have to come back to the source. Okay? We are the source. But if you go in and you give them a positive, and they're giving you a positive, you haven't canceled any debt whatsoever. Therefore, the taxes can't go back to the source.
So should we be doing our 1099As with negative numbers too?
Very possibly. You have to think about this. What are you wanting to accomplish? If you're doing a set-off for a bill, you have to give a negative credit to that company.
Okay.
Think about it. Okay? This is not calculus. This is 101. 1 and 1 equals 2. A positive 1 and a negative 1 equals 0.
Right.
I mean, that's almost kindergarten.
Now, I'm planning to put my estoppel in against an old traffic case I have here, because that's the only case I have around here.
Have you settled that traffic case?
Yeah, it was 10, 15 years
Well, then
ago.
forget it.
Okay.
You've got more other important shit to get taken care of.
Well, that would put it on record. No, I'm not doing it to settle the case at all, just to get it on record.
You've got utility bills at the present time.
Okay.
You want to do something? Do something that's in the present time.
Okay.
Forget the past. The past is in the past. Okay? And basically when you come out of this stuff, a lot of that past action is either going to go completely away or basically they will settle it at that point in time. if need be.
Okay.
Stop worrying about the nickels and dimes if you're going after a $500 billion or $500 million gold-backed bearer bond. Stop trying to lose focus on what you're trying to do.
Well, I wasn't thinking of doing this in terms of getting any money, but it's just a way to get around the county recorder by filing it in a court case.
But see, that's a totally different item. That is not your estoppel by deed for your living person.
Okay.
I said Sunday night, basically, if you're having problems, go and get it notarized. Then take it to the court and put one into them. Okay?
Okay.
We've had bankruptcy court actions. If nothing else, go to bankruptcy court.
Yep, mine's in Nebraska, but I guess I could do that.
Well, we've gone to several courts here since you've been back there in Ohio. Okay?
Yeah.
If that don't work, then take it after you get it notarized and send it up to the Secretary of State and get it apostilled.
Okay.
There's other alternatives out here. Go down and talk to the county attorney and ask them what to do.
Okay.
Hell, he's supposed to be working for the people, okay, of the state. He's wearing two hats.
Yep.
He's working for the corporation, and he's also supposed to be there for the people of the county. Utilize him in that capacity.
Okay.
Because if it doesn't get filed, and see, basically, that's what a lot of these county recorders and stuff are. They're relying upon the county attorney to say yay or nay on whether that gets filed. So you get the county attorney involved up front and say, why can't I have this filed? Where's the law that says this can't be filed? Not, I want this filed. Where's the law that says I can't do it?
All right.
Does anybody have any problem with that?
Yeah, I've been to the county district attorney. I called them twice. I told you I tried to submit papers at a clerk's window number 4. They told me to take it to court. I took it to court. They wouldn't take it and threw it back at me, and half of it landed on the floor. I called the DA about that, too, and they didn't want to talk about it. They're totally, they just said they have nothing to do with what goes on in court.
Then you go to the Attorney General and say, basically, I cannot get this filed into the state.
Right.
Or into the county records. What is going on here? This should be into a court action. Put a complaint in as a customer to the state of California. But there was one guy out there in California that's already got this done, and he told you what you have to do.
Yeah, you guys are talking about doing an estoppel by deed at the Federal Reserve Bank.
No. He got his through the system. I don't know if he's still on the call here or not tonight, but basically he told you, go back and listen to the audios a couple times back.
Okay, because that, whatever, a couple times back was about a 5-minute call, and after that it was a good call.
Keep going back. Couple is more than 2.
Okay. I'll go back. I'll listen to him.
Yeah, I remember that call. He briefly mentioned it. He followed all the requirements, and he got it through. And I remember he shared it. I don't know how many calls back, though, but he did share that with everybody.
I did get the green card from the estoppel by deed recorded at the county land records. That went through, but I didn't get a copy sent to me or the Federal Reserve Bank that I know of that I was supposed to receive copies, and they didn't stamp it.
They're not going to send it. Did you get the original back?
No. I just got a green card. That's it.
Okay. It's still sitting there. You have to follow up and go down there and find out, did they get that recorded?
Right.
Okay? See, they were supposed to send the original back to you. They can't send, and basically I tried to explain that on the calls there after I submitted that in, that you can't, they're not going to send those to the Secretary of State or to the Federal Reserve Bank. You have to go in and get certified copies from them. Now, after they've recorded it, you pay for those certified copies, and that's probably, there's something down there that basically they're waiting for you to come in and finish the payment on it.
All right, I'll check and see if I have to make more payments or something.
Yes.
That might be
The onus is upon you to follow up, okay? Don't blame it all on them. It's your responsibility.
Right. I'll call them up and ask if they require more money, or how do I get a certified copy? Or where's my original?
Yeah. Now, that certificate of live birth, okay? One of the guys out there, I'm not going to say anything more than that, because I don't think he wants me to let out who it is right now. But anyway, he was doing his credit cards. He got his individual banker's EIN. And he called up, and basically he tried to do an endorsement back to them. Well, they basically sent back, and we're still trying to get him to make payment. So he called him up and said, well, that person's dead. That's what they told him. He said, yes. Said, then he quickly thought, well, I'm the executor over that. And they said, well, we need to see a death certificate. Well, you've got a death certificate. All certificates are death certificates. They're dead. A certificate is for the dead, not for the living. That certificate of live birth does not say a living entity, does it? It says a live birth. But what does birth stand for? Birth stands for separation or abandonment. So the tissue, okay, the umbilical cord was a living umbilical cord that you separated from your mother. You separated from her. You also left the birth sac, which was a living tissue, because it was supplying life to you while you were in the womb. But that certificate of live birth has a last name on it. You're not dead. So who is dead? The birth sac is dead. Your mere image, your altered person, because it's a shroud of Turan, just like what was wrapped over Jesus, the mirror image of his self. See, people badmouth the Roman Catholic Church, but a lot of the stuff that is in the Roman Catholic Church, people don't even understand. They're telling you certain things right there. The shroud, the birth sack. So, that certificate of live birth is really a death certificate. Now, that credit card company that this guy was working with, they wanted to see a death certificate. So I told him to call them back up and ask them, do they need a certified copy of it, or can they just have a copy sent to them? Now, when you do that, okay, you do not send the certificate of live birth that has the registration number on it. The one that has the registration number on it is for your private usage. Your private usage. In the past, we've been sending too many of these certificates of live birth out to different organizations because we thought that they were really in the du jour. They're not. They're in the corporate structure. That's why we've gotten some of these certificates back from some of these entities out here, is because they were not to have that. That is for our private records, the one that has the number on it. And basically, if you check out, you go into the Secretary of State's office or that Bureau of Vital Statistics or even to the county, and on the form, when you request that certificate of live birth, it asks you what it is being utilized for. And you say, well, I need several certified copies that do not have that registration number, because that's your letter, that's your Royal Letters Patent number. That is your inheritance account in the United States of America. That's your entitlement account number. See, a lot of this probably would have come a little further if people would have sat down here and opened up their mouth a little more and tried to communicate back and forth, like people normally did in school when you were assigned to work at a table with 2 or 3 other people, a study group. It wasn't supposed to be just one person doing all the work. It was supposed to be a group effort. I never established this thing to be a solely Patrick Devine, go out and bust your ass for everybody else group. It was supposed to be a working group. Input was supposed to come back from you people. There has been some good input back from a few people, but very, very few. And it's not only on this group, but basically it was also on the 1099A and the 1099 OID groups that I had. You don't go into these things and basically just sit there with your hand out, okay? That's fully addressed in the parables that Jesus put out. Like the one guy that went to the wedding reception and was running around with his plate wanting it to be filled up. And he didn't even come to the wedding dressed properly. That's the way a lot of you people are. You're not properly dressed. You haven't done your share of the research, of the understanding, of the support. You don't have to do the whole research or anything like that, but you need to supply a little effort into the process. You have to show that you really are alive. Because if you can't show that we are alive, okay, or you are alive, how in the hell are you going to expect to show the Federal Reserve that you are alive and that you're entitled to your inheritance that the Federal Reserve is holding there, the Treasury and the Federal Reserve, okay? It's not the Federal Reserve banks, but it's the Treasury, the de jure government Treasury agents that are sitting in the Federal Reserve Bank there in Philadelphia that are holding your assets, controlling your safety deposit box. If you can't show that you're alive out here on a simple little call, how are you going to prove to them that you are alive?
Hey, Pat.
All certificates, all licenses, they're for the dead. The living don't need certificates or licenses out here. Because the living has substance. The living knows who they are. Only your dead persons have to show that they have a death certificate, a driver's license, a picture ID. Who is that for? That is for a dead entity, a dead person. You, as the living, are a people. You're not a person. That picture on that driver's license, how long ago was that? Well, that time span is dead. It's way past. You had the picture taken 6 months ago. So that's a dead picture. It's not living. You've grown longer hair. You've grown a beard. You got glasses now. You've changed in the living form compared to that dead picture. I don't know how I can make things any more simple than that. So everything out here is really a death certificate. But you've been thinking that it's a living certificate. It's for you. It's not. You are a people. All the constitutions call out, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union or to establish a state government. We bring forth, or we set up this Constitution for the state of Iowa government or the United States of America government. We are a for. We're not an over. The United States, the Constitution of the United States is a company charter for the corporate United States. So it's a derivative of the corporate United States setting up a United States company because it was derived of the other. But we set forth our marching orders for the government as a people. And then we retained certain rights and powers and did not give those to the government. But you have to understand how to properly go about it. You do not fight them in this regard. You had to get your proper tax identification number, because everything out here is about banking. Everything. So you had to become a banker, a private banker. Just like in the movie Jupiter Ascending. She had to get her proper tax identification number. Then she could claim her inheritance. Now we've got our individual banker who is now going to be our chief financial officer of our bank. But we as the people, the living, we only have a first name. So we can't be out there. We have to have our chief financial officer, our fictionary person, go out there and operate the bank for us. It's like you go down to Walmart, and everybody that's going to be working at Walmart has to be named Tom Jones. Okay, so you've got 100 employees there, all named Tom Jones. Is there a problem there? No. Because they all have different identification numbers. They're all doing a different function in the store. No problem. That's what we got too. I've got a whole bunch of different Patrick Devines out here. They're all operating under different numbers and different functions. That's basically what that Gaius, Institute of Gaius, about the persons was talking about, and that was written, 300 years before Christ came on the scene. All of this stuff is about banking. You just have to get out there and become a private banker. And then you put your title in, you're estoppel by deed over your assets. And you estop them in the court because all they're doing is trying to come in. And what does the cop do when he pulls you over? He is doing an estoppel against you. Because the state has a claim, has an estoppel claim over the collateral of that car and over the collateral that your fictionary person, your name that is on the driver's license, you have a fully paid up fidelity whole life policy there. So what are they doing when they stop you for speeding or stop you for having no seatbelt? They don't want you to die. Because if you die, then basically they can't utilize that collateral any longer because now it moves over to a different category. That's how simple it is. But when you come in with the superior title over that, just like I've got the manufacturer's title, so the state has no claim over my car. And I've got my estoppel basically over my Social Security person and basically everything else. So basically I've got them estopped in all regards. But in the meantime, until you get this stuff, try and lay low. Don't try and go out there and fight with your driver's license or anything else trying to do some of the stuff that I've gotten away with, because I'm in a little different scenario anyway. I can handle myself in a lot of this regards because I know a lot of things that basically You guys basically just haven't had the time or the experience to understand properly. And I've done my time in jail. So, you want to learn? You might have to do your time in jail. But don't come crying to me. If people would stop going out there and being so bullheaded and take the time to stop and smell the roses and start loving themselves a little more, they might learn something. But if you run around with a chip on your shoulder, someone's going to knock it off, and they might knock your head off with it. Now, any questions, comments, whatever?
Yeah, I really like this. This document you just put up today. Almost every paragraph applies to what happens to me. It says due process prohibits applying collateral estoppel to one who has never appeared in prior action. Well, I have appeared in a prior action in 2013. Our remedy then was to do countermands or counter claims, which I did, but not in the negative dollar amounts. But even in that case in 2013, they never said what the judgment was or anything like that. They just send me a bill like, a year later or something. They send you a bill like you owed it, and they didn't even recognize your countermands and everything. No hearing, no nothing. And then down underneath it says the same things. If you're denied due process and they take your property, unless in exigent circumstances it is unconstitutional for governments to seize real property in civil forfeiture action without giving owner notice and opportunity to be heard before seizure. And then it says, although property subject to forfeiture may be seized prior to notice and hearing, government may not permanently deprive owner of that property without notice and opportunity to appearing at some hearing. Once risk of removal, concealment, or destruction of property is obviated, due process requires notice of the hearing before temporary deprivation is extended or converted into permanent deprivation. Well, that's what they've done to me. I try to give them my paperwork.
And what you have to do is you have to go in and put an estoppel by deed in against that automobile,
right,
in against that driver's license, not against your certificate of live birth.
Right.
You've got to go against the action that is in process. Okay? You can't play football on a baseball field.
Right.
Okay?
But we did the other thing first, so that it would sort of shut everything down, but I left some baggage in the room there.
Yeah. See, you've got an ongoing court case. You have to deal with that court case and do the estoppel by deed against them in that process, and then send that into the Attorney General's office, the Department of Transportation, and basically the county prosecutor or county whoever sold that deal, and basically turn around and file a charge against them.
Right.
Grand theft. Turn around and file the charges down at the sheriff's office.
Right, and also, like no due process. When I asked to go see a magistrate at the traffic stop, they go, we book people into jail that want to go see a judge. Well, they just denied due process. They just lost jurisdiction.
Well, they didn't have any right to arrest you, period. Okay?
Right.
Because, see, so who were they arresting? They were arresting you because you basically were claiming to be the fiction. They were only arresting the fiction.
No, I never claimed to be in a fiction because I never had a license.
You did, but you didn't know how you were doing it. Okay?
Yeah. Well, I know what I have to do, so I'll be writing letters everywhere.
Yeah, and see, that's where you have to have your estoppel by deed, that you are, as the living, are the title owner of that driver's license person. But, there again, you were not driving.
Right.
You were transporting yourself, and you have a right as a people. You are a people, not a person.
Right.
And you have the right of transportation. Now, there's a couple
transportation
calls. I think the second to last call, or maybe it was the last call that Angela Stark had, that this one guy was talking about driving without a driver's license. But yet he turned around and went back in and got a license or a title to his vehicle or whatever, just to prevent the hassle, because he did not have all the rest of the story, the estoppel by deed, and basically his individual banker's proper tax identification number to come in and have the authority to be exempt in the process.
Right.
Yeah, he's got some damn good information.
All right, I'll check it out. Do you? Oh, I'll look up. I don't remember. It's 39904 or something, isn't it?
Her talk shoe.
For Angela Stark's talk shoe.
I can't remember.
I'll look it up.
What it is. Yeah.
I'll find it. I'm pretty sure that's it. I've been on.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. I'm sure there's somebody in the Skype group there that knows it.
Excuse me, Patrick. So
yeah.
You use the estoppel. You don't do the estoppel on the birth certificate, or you don't present the birth certificate with estoppel. And am I correct to assume that the 1099A, we do it in the negative as much as the 1099C is done in the negative when you send it in, right?
No. Okay. We are basically doing a payment, okay, of credits to set off the debt that they're sending us with the bill. So we have to borrow the credits from our fiction person to transfer them over to the other party in the process.
Okay.
See, we can process them as the borrower to make a payment to a third party. See, I posted these items up here about payments, endorsement payments. What, a couple months back or so, about making a payment to a third party.
Yeah.
You can either have it sent to you or basically to a third party.
Party, yes, like the bank. I know a payment that you owe to the bank or else. I do remember that. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Patrick.
Okay.
Anybody got any more questions? I guess the cat's got everybody's tongue. So let's kill the cat.
Yeah, now one woman basically called me up this morning. Basically, she was down at the car dealership, and she had all the stuff ready to go to drive the vehicle off the site. But what they want? They wanted proof of insurance. And I told her, hey, you don't need it. They're going to give you the MSO. You're not asking for any car dealership license plate for 30 days on the vehicle. You're going to take and basically do a process, if required, to go down and file that title with the Secretary of State or with the Treasurer, whoever, Department of Transportation. You'll be paying the taxes down there. You just tell them that. say, well, basically I've got to have the vehicle to be able to go get the insurance, if nothing else. I've got to be able to drive to the insurance company. That's where I'm headed from here. And then just go home. Because you don't need insurance. The only reason that the state requires you to have insurance on that automobile is because you have to insure their assurances that they have out here. But if they don't have any assurance on that vehicle, you don't have to have that insurance. And then once you understand this, that you better have this pretty well in hand before you go and do this process, unless you're in a dire straits and need the vehicle or whatever, but then you keep a low profile, and you better have that estoppel by deed over your certificate of live birth on you at all times out here, and you better be having most of the stuff ready to go to the Federal Reserve Bank. Okay? Because you've got to be able, if you get into, and you do not get into an accident, you've got to know which words to use. You're not a driver. You do not get into an accident. You might get into a fender bender, but you're not in an accident. You're in a action that basically is a act of God. And in an act of God, the government has no control over right or wrong in that scenario. Because in most cases, two gods tried to be in the same place at one time. It's an impossibility.
You have stated that several times.
And each god is responsible for their own shit. That is a motor carriage or something along that ride. But it's not a commercial vehicle. You're not doing commerce. So basically, therefore, the state still has no jurisdiction over that vehicle. You're not for hire. You're not charging anybody that's riding in that vehicle. You do not have passengers. You have guests in your vehicle. And see, you got to know the words that basically the cop or whoever tries to stop you is going to try and trick you into. You say the wrong word and you just cut your head off. You give consent to them and you cut your head off. Now you became a dead man. And they're going to treat you like a dead man and throw you into the morgue there at the county jail, the slab. And I know, I've been there twice. And the last time, for shits and grins from their side, they threw me into a drunk tank, which is the worst hole in the whole damn jail. That's the barf pit.
Barf pit. That's too bad.
Now, they come in and basically they hose that cell down. You got a hole in the middle of the floor to piss and shit. Barf, whatever you want to do.
Mexico. That sounds like Mexico or India.
No, it's the United States of America at the county. See, people don't know that. This is sitting right here in our own damn country. You get treated worse than those damn people that were down there in Guatemala or Gitmo.
Yeah,
than those Al-Qaeda. And you think you're here in America? Shit, no. You're here in a corporate morgue because they only deal with the dead. Okay, any questions, comments, rebuttals?
None whatsoever. I have to leave you this call, and I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Is there anything particular I should make sure I do when I refer to my certificate of title, when I do the estoppel by deed on the certificate of title or the license? I just have to refer to the number and
well, you have to come in and basically you have to refer that basically this is basically now under the jurisdiction, under the fiduciary control of your chief financial officer, and that you are the living, and that your chief financial officer is one of your private bank employees.
Okay.
And he now has superior jurisdiction over that title.
Okay.
About 45.
Now, think about it, what you want to say. Watch that movie.
Oh, I did. I watched Jupiter Ascending. That was good.
Yeah.
I was so curious, I had to download it and check it out. I actually watched it twice.
And see, some of that was also referenced in that Interstate 60.
Mm-hmm.
Several of these movies basically have... Huh?
The Wachowski, the people that produced it or directed it, they really are on a mission. If they did the Matrix trilogies and they're doing this, they really are trying to wake the people up.
Yeah, the people are, and even cartoons. Basically, somebody told me something about the cartoons, Meshack, Bendigo, or whatever scenario. In using of the names, okay? See, there was 4 people in Babylon. They were individuals.
Yeah.
They did not do it as a group. They did it on an individual basis. They stood their ground as individuals. That's the only way you can do this and come out of the system as an individual. You can't do it in a group effort. You go in and basically operate in a group area and basically try and get certain benefits out of it doing something in a group. You're either signing over something into the group. It's just like you've joined another religious group, a cult,
right.
And you're going to get burned.
Right, they call it the group trap.
Yeah, you're going to get burned eventually. I hope you're listening to this, Tom.
So the Wachowskis
we're both
like
listening to you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
What?
Yes, we're both listening very clearly. Thank you.
Yeah, and that stuff out of that area overseas, basically, you stay the hell away from that. Eventually, that will have enough people, and basically then they will go after that and wipe that whole thing down. How many times have we seen this in the past? Too many. And the innocent are the ones that really get burned out of the deal. Not the ones that are sitting in the background that are not available. Hell, Go and ask Wesley Snipes. Go and ask some of these boxers and stuff that basically they allowed somebody else to control their assets for them while they're getting their head beat in. And then only to find out they didn't have shit. How many of these people that have won the lottery, they thought that they were protecting all their assets, putting it over here in a protected area? No. Basically, they got shysters to come in, and the good guys ain't going to appear. The shysters will be there, and they'll sell you a song and dance that sounds so good that you will buy right into it. Hook, line, and sinker. Stay away from them. I totally recommend that. I've been down too many of these rabbit trails with penny stocks and different things out here, only to get burned. But I was in a position that I could get burned, and I didn't give a shit. Because I was in a position that I could turn around and go make more and get burned again. You might say, in a way, I was sort of like a masochist. I didn't love myself enough at that point in time. And unless you take control of yourself, you do not love yourself, really. When you try and let somebody else do all your responsibilities for you, you're not loving yourself. Now, that is not saying that basically in a marriage or something, but there again, you've got to have a true love relationship in that marriage, and the return, and you will constantly be checking that on a daily basis in that process. And that's why the movie Longest Ride is a good love story to find that out. That tells a lot right there in that damn movie.
Yeah, and coaches always build up your confidence and your assurances and make you feel like you're undefeatable and all that. If you have, good positive input and positive feedback, and then you're motivated, you're undefeatable. But the world drags you down and tries to create anxiety, so you give up. It's called the matatoid syndrome. Right. They just keep banging on you until you give up.
You will run in cycles, positive and negative, okay? Good harmonics and bad harmonics. Mm-hmm. You need to know when to lay low when you're in a bad harmonic. You need to know to go full force when you are in a good harmonic. Risk it all when you're feeling great. But know when to get the hell out. I'm not totally recommending that, but basically that's the way the chips fall. When you are in a good harmonics, you can do nothing wrong. You are in an aura that basically is got everything else being blocked from harming you. But you have to know how to control that aura and know when the aura feels like it is starting to weaken. Okay. No other questions? Call tonight, Tom.
Okay.
All right, great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick.
Okay.
You're the best. We love you, Patrick.
Another
Okay.
good call.
Good
There's
night.
a good one tonight. Thank you.
Sweet time.
Thank you,
Don't
Patrick.
let the business fight.
Thanks. We got it going recording.
Okay. Anybody have anything to say out there?
Well, I was curious about the Church of Rome postmaster. I understand basically how to get it, but I don't understand the function.
Well, you don't need to worry about it, okay?
Okay.
That's some stuff that I did a while back, about 2 years ago.
Okay. Should we go for one like that, or just our 3 EIN?
Just try and get what you've got done right now, okay?
Okay.
You got the key one right now when you've got that individual banker EIN. And you've got your estate EIN and you got your foreign grantor trust EIN. Now you have your 2 bank accounts and you have the chief financial officer over your bank. That's all you need.
Okay.
Does anybody out there have any questions, comments over what I've been going over here?
Yeah, you talk about a cross and a fish. I just didn't know like where that was on your documents, or did you put them on, or they put them on, or what? The Roman cross.
Well, it shows on my baptismal record there.
Huh.
Look at the last page of that document that I posted up there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
The affidavit and
I see it, Mashaka Hospital. Yeah.
Yeah, my hospital birth certificate, and then my baptismal certificate. It shows right on the baptismal certificate, right at the very top, the fish and the cross.
Oh, is it on the seal or somewhere else? I'm looking at it.
It's at the very top of the baptismal record.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it. That was the one underneath. Yeah, certificate of baptism, right?
Yeah, see, that's you need a cross and the fish.
Right.
Okay, the cross is for being on the land, baptized upon the land,
Yeah.
and the fish is baptized by water.
Oh, that's cool.
Now, the whole problem out here that we've been having is nobody knows that this nation has been conquered. This is not the free nation that the founding fathers initially set up. It's been conquered by the Roman Empire. This nation became a debtor nation. That is the problem. That's why the Pope is coming over here and going to lay the law down upon D.C., New York, and Philadelphia. The 3 hubs of power in this country. Because it's a conquered nation. It's now been incorporated into one of the parts of the Roman Empire. Because it became a debtor nation after the Civil War. Okay, you can look at that baptismal form I have. It's with the Roman Catholic Church. The form number is a 214. Just happens to be the same number as a military form, DD 214.
Right, there it is.
So, I was baptized into the Roman Empire, and I also did military service in the Roman Empire. That's why this nation can go overseas and fight. Because we're not fighting as the nation, we're fighting as a product of the Roman Empire. That's what everybody has been totally missing in this process of understanding. They haven't realized that we are basically a conquered nation.
Excuse me, Patrick?
Yes.
I got baptized yesterday, but it doesn't, and the certificate that they gave me does not have a fish or the cross. Does that matter at this point?
Where did you get baptized at?
Basically by a Baptist preacher who belonged to another church.
Okay, but you'll have to take that into the archdiocese, the bishop of the, or whatever, and basically have him accept it then as a baptismal record into the Roman Empire.
Okay. Thank you very much, Patrick. I will do.
See, that's what we've been missing, okay? Everybody's been fighting this thing about this, the Catholic Church and everything else. It's the Roman side that we need to go in. And everybody out here has been continually to operate in the Jezebel banking system. The real Roman Empire is with lawful money, not the Jezebel system. Even in Moses' time, when they set up the temple, the first temple was basically with lawful money exchangement. And then, but outside that temple, there was the Jezebel temple, the bankers, with their unjust contracts that people wanted to get involved with. It's in the Bible numerous times. And see, that's what basically these countries, and that's what happened here. Basically, if we could have stayed using lawful money and kept the insurance companies and the bankers out of this country, then we would have been a totally free country. But we didn't do that. Okay? Our grandparents and everything else. Oh, you got to have insurance. You got to have insurance. Got to have lightning rods. Oh, you're going to get hit with that lightning. Need to have this lightning insurance now. That's the play that the devil does to you. Gets you into a usury system. You have to believe in the real law. And the real law is very simple. Okay? You control all these books into the water, and basically they're going to dissolve. All these codes of law. But the real law is cast in iron. That is what Christ means. Cast in iron. That's where the law is now out here. It's cast in iron. In Moses' time, it was cast in stone. In Daniel's time, it was cast in gold and then in silver. First by the Babylonians, then by the Medes Persians. Then later on, it was the Greeks, and it was cast in bronze or brass. And now we're under the Roman Empire, and it's cast in iron. Think about it. The first Bible, how was it printed? By a printing press, and basically all of the letters were iron letters out here. You have a seal, an embosser. one side of that seal is iron or whatever, hard metal. So basically, when you put your seal on, you are basically putting that cast in iron, your law in iron. My great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpappy, Patrick, over there in Ireland, basically, and I can claim him because I don't know who my real great-grandpappy was, but basically, I'm going to claim him.
St. Patrick?
Yeah. He was the bishop over Ireland. He drove all of the usury bankers out of Ireland. But later on, my damn relatives and everything else allowed the bankers back in there. Just like they did in this country. They tried to drive all the bankers out of here. They wrote stories, 1820, Daniel Webster and the Devil, about the devil being the banker in usury. They allowed that one bank in, and then they closed it down. And then they brought in a second one. And then Jackson basically shut that one down. Kept it out until basically about the time of Abraham Lincoln and Buchanan. The bankers were starting to influx into the north and also coming into the south. And it was funded both by the Church of Rome, the Roman Empire, to conquer this, from the Jezebel side, and out of England. But the net result is that the Roman Empire, the true Church of Rome, or the Roman Empire, is where all the real assets are. These other religious entities, the Jezebel bankers, they have no assets. So, when you understand who you are now, and yet you are a conquered people operating under the Roman Empire, now, like I said last week or last call and the previous call, we have to go to that Secretary of Treasury down in Puerto Rico until we basically shut down that Social Security account. And even the military side is tied to that. The DD-214. They're utilizing our assets in usury. We have to shut it down. That's the focal point. But we also contact basically the bishop or the archbishop in Philadelphia, because that was where the main capital of this country was at initially. You can notify New York and Washington, D.C. archdiocese if you want to also. Coming in that you are a Roman citizen and that you are claiming your Roman rights. And you're not going to be operating under the Jezebel usury system anymore. You're not going to have a savings account. You're not going to have insurance policies. You're not going to have insurance on your car, on your house. You're going to pay for things as they go. You're going to take on the responsibility solely. You're going to start knowing the law, knowing what courts they can take you into and what courts they can't take you into. The Jezebels can only take you into certain courts. And you have to give them permission to take you into those courts. When you stand as a Roman citizen, you're protected. You have to go into an Article 3 court, and basically, in the Article 3 court, there has to be an injured party there, and they have to defend themselves. Just like the story in King Solomon. The two women were fighting over the child. And King Solomon was able to ascertain who was the one that was lying and who was the one that was real. That's when you get into the real law. And the real law is very simple. It hasn't really changed all that much. It's still roughly about the 10 Commandments. And it goes all the way back to Noah's time, but all the way back even further than that. And Jesus tried to break it down to just 2. And it really does come down to pretty much just 2. The others are just sort of a play on the other, on the main 2. Love thy God or thyself, and love thy neighbor as thyself. When you love yourself, you will stay in honor in the process. And then you will treat your neighbor the same way. That's pretty much it. That is just commerce. Now you can take, and basically what I put up there with that bill payment, and you can do those bill set-offs. Send them out. You don't need to have a response back from them. If they try and come after you, you get a printer that has a scanner in it. You scan that. You send it out by certified mail. Now you have mail. Now, if they do not comply, they are committing mail fraud. Because they would have to come into a real court and say that, basically, that they never received it. Or that they rejected it. But if they never send it back to you, and they've got 3 days to basically accept it, so in a total of 13 days, 3 days in, 3 days to process, 3 days to return, 1 day of grace, or 10 days, really, you should have your response back. But in this modern day, it should be a lot faster than that. But you do need to have a scanner and keep copies of what you sent out. And then I put a 1099-A up there. You don't need to use their forms. They're 3-part forms. You can print these out on the one that I put up there and send those in. We're the ones that are in charge, not them. Make them do a little work for a change. They're the ones that are operating the Jezebel system. Make them suffer. So you send that in, you can turn around and take your DD-2 or 14 or your certificate of live birth and do an endorsement like I put on there about 4 months ago or better for making a bill of exchange for a draw. Okay? You don't do bonds. Let me reiterate that. You do not do bonds. Letters of credit are okay for the insurance process. We will have a letter of credit standing by as basically that is our insurance policy. Mm-hmm. We put assets over to the side, but we're not drawing any interest off of it. So it's not their type of insurance that they want everybody to be operating with. They cannot force you into basically committing a violation of the law against for usury. That is a violation of all law. Yeah, these Jezebel courts that are out there, yeah, they're breaking the law constantly. But see, you didn't know the power you had was because you are now a conquered American, but you are an American/Roman citizen. You have to stand with the protections of Rome now that you are a conquered people. Just like Daniel had to stand under the protections of the Babylonian Empire when he was in Babylon. He was a conquered people. This thing is out here, played out numerous times in the Bible. I just wish that there were more people that could try and break and understand what the Bible is really saying out here. But that's beyond hope, okay? So, I'll try and tell you, and then basically you go and check me out and try and prove me wrong. But you can take all your receipts that you have and get reimbursed. Send those down to Puerto Rico. Do this affidavit and apostille document that I had posted up there about 4 days ago or whatever. Get that done. Now that I've told you the rest of the story in it, you need to address that you're coming in as a conquered American, that you are now an American Roman citizen. Then you have your protections, because the real Roman Empire will protect your rights if you stand by the real law. But if you stand by the Jezebel banking system of Rome, they're not going to protect you.
Saya?
Okay? Okay. Open for questions, comments, rebuttals, whatever.
Thank you, Patrick.
Well, don't thank me. Ask me a question. I'm sure you don't know all the answers.
I don't.
Okay, then ask something. You got to have some question in your mind.
Basically, so with Archdiocese of Philadelphia or the Archdiocese here in Ohio is where I take this, the baptismal certificate.
You can go into, basically, you try and go into your local diocese, not the archdiocese. Try and go into the local diocese first.
I will do that tomorrow morning, sir. Thank you. And as to being able to get the land record from California, it has been impossible for me to get. Is there any suggestion you might have? Because I've actually called the county recorder and asked them to give me the land record, and they haven't. They've refused to.
You've got, what land record are you trying to get?
The one with the book and page number that you mentioned.
If you can't get it, then don't worry about it, okay? You've got the number, okay? And basically out of California, you ain't going to get book and page number. They don't have it filed that way out there.
Okay.
We've gone over that numerous times already. There's plenty of people out there on the site. You can ask people that are in California and ask them, have you ever gotten your book and page number for where your record's at? And they'll probably tell you no.
Right.
Thank you.
And we've tried that for years, okay?
Ray has the problem. It has no hospital records either.
Because I was adopted and given up to foreign parents in a foreign country. So
you get a copy of your certificate of live birth, don't you? Your original one, okay?
That's it. Okay.
Yes. That's what's on file, okay? That's what gave you your inheritance in America.
Right.
And the Roman Empire has to honor that inheritance.
Thank you very much. That's the only thing I needed to proceed forward with all this.
You need to also have your Bible. You need to have a Bible. If you do not have the hospital birth certificate, you should have a Bible entry. You carry that Bible with you. You're dealing with the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is following the Bible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you put your entry in, all your pertinent data into that Bible.
I was given the Bible yesterday. It's not an old one, it's a new one, but it'll have to do.
If it's got the family record section, you transpose what's on that certificate of live birth into that record, into the Bible.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
How many times have I said this?
Well, you mentioned going back and getting an old Bible, and we've tried, but if we can just put it into a new...
I said if you can get one, okay?
Okay.
If you can't get one, get one. Whatever it takes, get a Bible, okay? And it doesn't make any difference which one it is. They're all basically a little different. There is no one perfect Bible.
Yes, sir.
What you want is basically the middle section there of your family records.
Okay.
In between the Old Testament and the New Testament normally is where it's found.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will get on that tomorrow morning.
Patrick, I just got on, and I was baptized when I was 19 in, the horse and buggy community, and they didn't keep records, and now I was baptized in July here by someone, and I don't know how to get it affiliated through a church. Or do you have to do it again?
How to get what affiliated to a church?
The baptismal certificate.
Okay. Have you been baptized?
Twice.
You have?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where your church is at? Can you go back to the church and get a copy of that?
Yeah, they don't keep records in the horse and buggy community where I grew up.
Okay, and you don't have one. Okay. Can you get a rebaptism in the process?
Well, I did that in July, but I didn't do it through a church. I did it through the person that came up to help you, the one you mentioned to me today to come see you. He did it for me with other witnesses, and he's a pastor, but I don't know if he has a church connection other than whatever he did to become a pastor?
Ask him.
Well, ask him, okay?
Okay.
I can't tell you.
Okay.
But you're going to have to get that baptismal record and then take it down to the diocese.
Okay.
And that would be over in Davenport.
The diocese in that Davenport.
And get them to accept that as a baptism into the Roman Empire.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay? Tell Jack to give me a call, too. I need to talk to him.
I talked to him this evening. He's leaving. He's studying to be a bus driver. He's leaving for a week. But I'll do that. He can at least call you. Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Patrick. I got everything I need to actually get started on this.
Well, I don't need the thank yous, okay? I need you guys to start doing the stuff, and that's it.
Right. And reporting back to you.
Well, or reporting back to the group, okay?
Okay.
The people in the group, they're the ones that need the confirmation. I'm convinced that I'm right, okay? They need the confirmation that I'm right.
Patrick, sir, I have a question when someone else is
Yeah.
on. Go ahead. Okay. On the SS4 for the estate, number 6, it says county, state, where principal business is located. Do you put America and then the state where you live, or do you put United States of America, or how does that get worded in number 6? And then I have one more after that.
It says county, right?
Correct.
America is not a county.
So you put your county and then the state, and that's it.
Yeah, like Keokuk County and then the state.
Okay, and then on number 11, it says date business was started or acquired. Would that be your date of birth, or would that just be when you file it?
Whichever you want to throw in there, okay? This is your form. Make it, okay? Think about it. When do I want to start this? I wanted to start it yesterday.
If we put our date of birth, do we have to put nunc pro tunc?
No, you don't need to get too carried away with this. Just put down today's date. You're starting today, okay? You couldn't do anything because you haven't got this EIN, so you got to start today.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
Right. I'm sorry. I just had you muted.
Okay. Now, we've been thinking about a lot of this stuff totally wrong. We've listened to all the patriot rhetoric out here, and everybody has totally, most people never really did know how to read the Constitution to begin with, so they had that all messed up, okay? And then nobody realized that they were a conquered nation and that we're really under the Roman Empire out here, but we've been also placed under Roman supervision because of this Jezebel banking system that has taken control. The real Roman law came in to protect us because we fell in with the Jezebels.
When we take our baptismal into the diocese, are they going to give us something in return, like a document?
I don't know. You've got to check it out. You've got to go in there and basically, you're going like in front of Pilate, okay? That bishop is like Pilate. And you've got to go in there and prove that he finds no fault with this man. Okay, that's what Jesus had to do. I am who I say I am. Who do you say I am? I'm here, and basically I'm going to stand by the real laws. I'm not going to be operating under the usury system. I'm adhering to the real laws. Rome is the law keeper at the present time in history. And the subject. Yeah, our government is not keepers of the real law. They've broken just about every law out here. That's why the Pope is coming over here to lay the law down on them.
About time.
And everybody's been against the Jesuits. You might think about it, that the Jesuits really are the men in black that we need to have on our side. I'm not saying you have to adhere to any specific religion, am I? I'm not saying anything like of that matter. You can be a Baptist, you can be a Presbyterian, you can be a Methodist, you can be whatever. But you have to adhere to certain laws out here. And the very basic laws are you are baptized in blood upon the land, and you then are baptized by water to basically wash away the sins of the debt that are initially put upon you. And then when you adhere to the laws, to the real laws, to the very basic laws, and stay away from usury, insurance policies, and all that, then basically you will be able to be freed like Daniel was in Babylon. Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego, or whatever his name was. Basically, don't tell me what his name is. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
Okay? The three, okay? They stood by the law. That's why they basically were given the free reins that they had. Everybody else stayed as a debtor. They never took the responsibility on for themselves. They wanted everybody else to do everything for them. And that's what I've been trying to get you people to do, is to take on your own responsibility. I tried to show you, just like Jesus did, the way and the path. And the path that I found was to follow exactly what Jesus did. And it's very simple. It was just there was a little more complications in here because basically we thought we were in a free nation, but basically we were in a conquered nation. We lost our freedom out here, just like Franklin and Jefferson warned about. You've got it if you can maintain it. But we let these damn government officials come in, and then we didn't want to run for office, so we allowed them to run for office 4, 5, 25 times in a row. Jesse Helms, or whatever, down there in South Carolina or North Carolina. I mean, they had to wheelchair him out of there. The guy was senile beyond belief.
Patrick, is the Roman Empire ever considered a nation?
No.
Okay.
It's really just a form of law.
Okay.
It's sitting as the one that is in control of the law. It encompasses, the law is over a whole bunch of different nations. See, that's what Babylon was, okay? Babylon was over a whole bunch of areas. Egypt was over a whole bunch of nations at one point in time.
So in court,
Greece.
in court, then would one say, "I'm ambassador for my my country"?
You are an ambassador of Christ.
Okay.
Of the law, of the real law, and you are a Roman citizen, okay? As soon as you get down there to that bishop and you place yourself on notice and you ask for forgiveness, you confess, and people, you have a court case.
Yeah.
You need to read that document. I had Tom post up there, or I put on Skype, and I sent out there. Confession and
avoidance.
Okay?
All right.
They cannot charge you, okay? They have to have clean hands. That's under the clean hands doctrine. They have to give you the means of settlement. They can't hide it away from you. You offer settlement. You got the 1099-A. You can do that. You can basically take their instrument and endorse it over to them. Your signature is a letter of credit. Okay? When you signed up with a driver's license, when you signed up with a certificate of title to the vehicle, whatever, you're giving them a letter of credit. Now, they give you a bill. Okay? Now, with your signature, you endorse it on the back, and you release the credits from that letter of credit to them to set off the bill.
Okay, it's making sense, but I have this right here in front of me, and there's like 3 sections that say, 80 on the first page, on the front page. So I don't know yet how to fill one or all 3 out for one bill. I think
you're going to have to come up and see me.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anytime, I'll call you.
Yeah.
Hey, Patrick, can I come over too?
Well, if you want to.
Yeah, next weekend maybe.
Is this Ken?
No, this is Chris.
Oh.
I'm in California.
Okay, well, basically you ought to be able to do most of this. You've been with me long enough.
Yeah. Just want to hang.
May put you work cutting wood then if you're going to want to do that.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Hey, Patrick, could you expand a bit on the Jesuits being the people who could help us? Most people try to portray them as being the source of all evil, even worse than the bankers.
See, that's the thing. When somebody is bad-mouthing some group or whatever too damn much, okay, they've got to be the good guys.
They must be up to some good, right?
Yeah, because if too many people out there are bad-mouthing, they want you to stay away from them because basically that's where your remedy or your relief is at. They don't want you to have the relief.
Yeah, like in jail, they said don't put anything on top of the paper. So I found out that's where you put conditionally at, and so they were going to try and protect themselves.
And basically, one of the girls out there came and said, hey, that vicar general or the bishop is basically the chief financial officer of the area now. Which makes all the sense. now that we understand that we're a conquered nation and that the Roman Empire is over it, okay, the bishop then is the one, and see, St. Patrick was a bishop out of Rome. So he was the Bishop of Ireland.
So
he was the Chief Financial Officer of Ireland.
So the Jesuits could actually be serving as marshal service then?
As the enforcement arm, yes.
Right, okay.
And that's where they came from, okay?
Yes. Interesting.
And they were called the assassins. Why were they called the assassins? Because they could go in and kill off the bankers. Not necessarily did they have to do that, but basically the funds that, the means that they were able to do it with was basically to force them to operate with lawful money, and basically that shut down and killed most bankers. They can't operate.
Good.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Patrick. And I wanted to just say, I'm going to take the preacher that baptized me with me to the archdiocese. I think that's better. Have him go with me.
And he's very interested in the process, too.
Well, he can go on his own. You don't need to have him there. Basically, you need to... Okay. That fish, okay? That fish is ICHTHUS. Okay, that's out there.
Yeah.
That basically people had on their cars, okay, to go along with the cross. Do you know what that means?
It's Greek for Jesus the Savior.
No, it doesn't. Okay? ICH means each. Okay?
In German, it's ich for I.
It's each.
Okay.
That means one. Each. Okay? Just a second. I'll tell you exactly what the rest of it says. The THUS, okay? In the first definition that under THUS, you'll see the word frankincense. But if you look in, then you need to go to an Oxford Universal Dictionary or some good dictionary, okay? But ICH means each. And then THUS means accordingly. So, ICHTHUS, the word means each accordingly or individually. You have to be responsible individually. You can't do this as a group. It has to be done individually. Each accordingly. That's what that fish basically stands for. And then basically you've been baptized in water also in the process. So now basically you have completed the process to be a Roman citizen. See, Jesus wasn't baptized until he was the age of 30. He was indoctrinated and baptized by his cousin, John the Baptist. John was in the system as a Roman citizen. Okay? He had broken away from the Jew side. Nowhere do we see that Jesus was ever circumcised. Do we? It's not in the Bible. So he took 3 years and basically tried to educate other people out there. And then finally he said, I've had enough of this. I'm going to get out of the system. And basically the Jews, the bankers, tried to come after him because he kept turning the tables over on them in the temple, trying to get them to operate with lawful money. So then he went to basically Pilate, who was the Roman proctor over the area, and he said, I find no fault with this man. He's operating per the law. You guys aren't. He sent him back to him and said, straighten out your records. So they had to crucify his records. They didn't crucify the man. They crucified his contracts. But everybody wants to see blood and guts because that's what really sells. And we've got to make a profit on any and everything out here. So we've got to have the blood sales in all the movies and everything else. A good love story just don't sell as much as a good blood and gore story. You can take a look at the box office receipts on that. Okay, any questions?
Patrick, I have a question.
Okay.
Do we have to do the establishing ourselves as a Roman citizen prior to doing a signature as a line of credit to make that work?
Do you have your estate EIN?
No.
Do you have your foreign grantor trust EIN?
No, I haven't gotten any of the EINs yet.
Okay, well then you ain't going to be able to do anything until you get your tax identification number, just like in the movie Jupiter Ascending. You have to have your tax identification number. Okay, you've got to set up your private bank. You need to have a checking account and a savings account. The checking account side is your estate EIN. The savings account is your foreign grantor trust EIN. And then you have to have your individual banker's EIN, who is the fiduciary over both of those two accounts. You as the living cannot be seen. That's the problem out here. In this world, we cannot be seen, even in commerce.
Oh my God.
Only in the back room can you operate as Tom or Mary or Lucy when you turn the lights out in commerce of sex between two people. Otherwise, you're operating out here in commerce in a completely different capacity, and you've got to have a front person to protect you.
I never knew why they wanted me to open a savings. They told me, oh, you only need $5. And so I finally managed to get my savings and checking opened up here where I'm at.
Yeah, but you need to get have your EINs And basically then you will be able to get out and get into the real money system in the process. And then you can get your Treasury Direct card and or Direct Express card from the Treasury Department.
Okay, so if we're attempting to establish ourselves as a Roman citizen, aren't we supposed to not have any savings?
Okay, the EINs that you're getting are your private bank accounts. That doesn't mean that you're putting your savings out there in a usury capacity.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay. It's just sort of like a symbolism or something like that. Okay, I'm using the regular checking and savings account banking system to give you sort of a correlation of what we need to have set up similar, but we don't have to operate it their way. We operate it with real money. Okay? We just don't put our money out there in a usury capacity.
Okay, so the checking account is the estate EIN?
Is the foreign grantor trust EIN, and the regular checking account would be classified as this checking account, the estate EIN.
Okay. And the third one is the individual.
And then the third one is the individual banker for your private bank, and he's going to be the CFO of the bank.
Okay.
And see, you as the living person, Mary, Tom, Lucy, whatever, you're out there on the golf course as the CEO. You're not anywhere around the bank. You're letting all your employees do the work for you.
And who are those employees?
Your name, first name, middle name, last name. Now, your account that's down there in Puerto Rico, and basically also the one that's in the Treasury Department, buried away, is last name, first name. Okay, so like in my case, when I go to Puerto Rico, I'm going after Devine, Patrick. But my fictional person, Patrick Devine, as my estate person on the 1099-A, he is coming in. He's above ground, okay? And Devine, Patrick, he's below ground. But the living person cannot enter the temple, just like in Moses' time. The people came outside the temple. They put their petition in. They gave it to the priest. The priest took it into the temple. Right? Right. Okay?
Right. Okay. All right, so that's the below and above thing, and do they have to come together in some way?
Yes, the priest will bring them together to set off the books. Okay? You're doing a debt transfer, okay, from your dead person is the lender, okay? He's the debtor, so basically he's lending you debt. And then you, on the instrument, you're basically signing over, and you're making that a negative instrument for the credit release to settle the book, but then the real stuff has to be given over to you because the account there is now zero, but there was something taken out, so where does it have to go? It's got to go to you.
So is there anything else that we need to do besides establish ourselves as a Roman citizen?
Yes, you need to get those EINs.
And the EINs, yeah.
Yes, you need to get that first. Then you can come in and basically establish yourself as the Roman citizen, okay?
Okay.
See, I've been talking about this EIN stuff for, when did I get mine? Back in 2010. 2009 is when I applied for my foreign grantor trust one. And basically 2010, first part of 2010, I got it. And then I got my estate EIN in 2010. So I've had mine for almost 5 years now. But the one that we were missing was the one that tied both of them together. And that was I needed to have a financial officer in the process as an individual banker. Because I, as the living, could not be the one doing the process. I had to have another fiction. You don't need to do UCCs. UCCs are universal commercial codes. Okay? And you want to stay away from the commercial or the Jezebel system.
So obtaining EINs is not part of the Jezebel system?
No, that is part of the taxing system. Everything out here in this system, even in the Roman system, what did it say? Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. That was a tax. But they didn't know who the Caesar was. Caesar! You're coming in and you're the Caesar. You're seizing your own assets. Give unto Caesar. Got it?
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
See, the bankers have polluted a lot of these words. And the English monarchs and everything else did a hell of a job of trying to continue the pollution of words. And that's why I've tried to stress using a dictionary to understand the words. You have to break them way down in a lot of cases.
Okay, I got a copy of my baptismal certificate from the church, and it doesn't have a fish on it.
Oh, it doesn't have to have a fish on it, okay?
Oh, okay.
I was just showing those as examples of how basically the Roman Catholic Church has most all of this in place. But see, even 99%, well, 99.999% of the Roman Catholics have no idea of what the shit's going on.
Okay, so what I actually received was, instead of a copy of the baptismal certificate, they said that they don't have the original, and all they do is just confirm that a baptism took place on such and such date.
Okay, which church was it with?
With the Catholic Church.
It was with the Catholic Church, and you couldn't get, well, basically a replacement. What form is it on? Is it on the 314 form?
No, it's just on a straight 8.5 by 11 sheet of white paper. There's nothing special about it. They put in their stuff. They didn't spell out the state of Wisconsin. They just did the initials. And
you got it from the rectory there at the Catholic Church?
Yeah.
Or did you get it from the diocese?
It's just the church itself.
You got it from the church itself, huh? They should have used either the form. They should be using the form right now, the 314 form.
Right.
Okay. No, they didn't do that.
Isn't that the 214?
Well, the 214 was up until recent, and then basically the later ones they've changed over to the 314 form. Okay. I don't know what the difference in the numbering system is there, but that's what, see, I've got copies of both of those.
Huh, okay. I got my copy about 4 years ago. It's a 314.
Yeah.
So is it important that it be a 314, or can just...
No, I was just surprised you didn't get one, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But basically you've got that. So now you can go to the diocese, and you can take your receipts down there to the diocese, to the Vicar General. You got proof of your baptism in blood. Now you got proof of baptism by water, and basically now you've got a copy of your certificate of live birth. You've got your Social Security account, and basically you're coming in and you're going to tell them, hey, I want out of the usury system, and basically I want you to settle all these bills. You're the chief financial officer for the district of the Roman Empire district here. Take care of this.
So I can...
You can go right to the Vicar General.
Okay, can the Vicar General be in the state that I'm currently living in? And that's the state I was born in? Can the Vicar General be...
No, I want you to go all the way over to Rome. Come on. You go to where you're at.
Okay.
Okay? Bankruptcy. Where do you go? You don't go to the state you were born in. You go to the state that you're living in.
Okay.
And normally you have to be there in that area for at least 160 days or so.
So how does the Vicar General then settle the bills?
Huh?
How does the vicar settle the bills?
I don't know. Ask him.
Okay.
He's the chief financial officer. He knows where the money's at.
Okay.
He's in contact with Puerto Rico, with his treasury down there. He's in contact with Rome, to where the Roman treasury is located. He's been schooled in the damn process. All of these vicar generals and bishops have to go to Rome and get trained over there in Rome for about 2 years or so in basically banking, in the system of banking.
Wow.
Even a lot of the other bishops in the other denominations go over there to Rome and go through the banking system over there in Rome too. You didn't know that?
No. So they should know how to be able to settle the bills, so we don't have...
Hell yes, they're bankers.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we have to direct them as bankers, or can they take the bull by the horns?
What do you do at your local bank? Do you direct the chief financial officer in that local bank? You come in and you tell him, I want this done? No, you tell the clerk, here, I'm submitting this, have it processed. But you go in there normally the first time and basically prove to them, show yourself to them, show them your documents, do your affidavit, okay, like I put up there. Submit that in. It's that simple. Okay?
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Do it.
Have you done it?
I'm in the process, okay? I've been out here trying to get this all ironed out and try and help other people and everything. Okay? This has been an ongoing process. I would have been done years ago if basically there would have been a little more help out here, but there wasn't. And when I run the gauntlet with my family and everything else, and basically trying to help everybody else in the process, yeah, I haven't got, but I've got a hell of a lot more stuff done than most people. I've done more paperwork out here than you could shake a stick at. But in some cases, I drug my feet because I wanted to hang in there until basically I was able to get a few other people up to speed to where I could walk away and basically they could sort of take over and help the next people until they got up to speed and then they could walk away. That was what this was all supposed to be about.
help your fellow man.
Well, I think that's a great idea, but if you haven't done it yourself, where do you get your information from to make you feel confident that this is going to work?
Because I have studied the damn Bible, okay? I studied the law. I know the Constitution. I know the law system out here in the universe, okay? It's all right here. We've been down. I've been to every damn government office there is. That's what I'm saying. I've been to every court there is. I found out that we were at the wrong damn place.
Well,
now, you can either believe me or not believe me, okay? That is your choice.
For you. I would like to see it happen for. I would like to see it happen for you, seeing as how.
No, I want to see it happen for you tomorrow too. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want you sitting around waiting for me. You haven't got the time to sit around and wait for me. You either believe me or don't believe me.
Well, it all makes sense.
Well, then, do you believe or do you not believe? Not does it makes sense, and then you go and sit on your duff for a week, and basically you're another week behind. You still haven't got your EINs. Does that make any sense? No, that don't make any sense at all.
Tom helped us with he did the calls for kind of walking us through getting the EIN, how to fill out the forms and so forth. And I would love to do that again because at the time for me, and I don't know about anyone else, but I didn't know what questions to ask. I didn't know what was even a lot of the stuff that was on the forms. I didn't even know what to ask. And so it's, I've been working with it. I've been looking at it. I've been trying to fill it out. And I think, okay, now what does this mean? And where do I get this information? And it would be good to have a review.
You can ask Tom if he wants to do a repeat, or basically if he could tell you what the call was that he probably recorded that session.
Yes, it was recorded.
Okay, so you could tell her what that is and basically help her from there. Okay, you can contact Tom on Skype or whatever and talk it over with him.
Or just check them out. You check out the calls, play them, and see if that's a call. So it's about 6 to 8 weeks ago on a Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Are you from Wisconsin?
I am.
You are. So am I. Where are you located?
Oh, I'm not in Wisconsin anymore. I'm in Arizona now. But I was in central Wisconsin.
Okay, I'm in Dodge at the current time.
I'm not familiar with where that is.
Now, there's people down there in Arizona that I think are in the Skype group, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
But yeah, all the documents and everything else there, and it's pretty self-explanatory, okay? I put my template up there for the individual banker's EIN, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You can take a look at the summary sheet that I have. If you get to the summary page for the banker's EIN, and it does not look pretty much like what I had up there, then you need to backtrack and start over again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And that's what you have to do, okay? You have to be willing to make a mistake and correct your mistakes. Admit that you're wrong and start over again.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. That's not a problem.
And see, that's what most people refuse to do, is to admit that they've ever been wrong and that they've been lied to their whole damn life.
Well,
and that grandpa and grandma were wrong.
Yeah, no, I think it's more of an issue of just how to, because I have looked at your forms and I've seen multiple copies of them, that you've done at different times, and you're right. You have worked very, very hard at what you've done. I mean, I couldn't even you run circles around us. But anyway, so it's a question of which is the correct form, which is the correct information that needs to be provided, and just to make sure that it's being pulled together. That's why I think maybe another session with Tom would be really helpful to answer some of those last questions, because just following something isn't enough for me to feel confident about what I'm actually doing. I'd like to see the bigger picture of how does this all fit together, because just even you're saying tonight that the checking account is, the estate EIN is for checking and the foreign grantor trust or EIN is for savings. I didn't know that. That's an important piece. And
yeah, but see, I've talked about that in the past. Okay.
Well, I know I'm fairly new, so I haven't gotten all of that yet.
But you've heard me in the past, okay? And see, that's the problem. People followed me, and then basically they got away from me. Now they're starting to come back. They're hitting me up with stuff that I put out there about 3 or 4 years ago. Hell, had one guy call up my mom, tried to track me down in the phone book, couldn't find me. So basically found the only Devine in the area that was in the phone book, called that. That happened to be my mom. She called me up and said, this guy's trying to get in touch with you. And so I called him back, and he said, well, I'd listened to you years ago, and basically I heard something here, and I wanted to contact you and see because you had gone into court, and it sounded like you're starting to make strides in the process. Well, basically, yeah, I did a little time in jail, 2 nights in jail, but basically I know how to handle these guys now. That don't mean that I still won't end up in jail, because basically they are a bunch of sickos out here, and you don't argue with them, but you have to know how to stand, and then you can get compensated back from them. But you need to bring in this vicar general. You need to get your Roman citizen status, because we've lost all of our protections, sole protections, as being just an American citizen. Now we have to bring in the second side, our back side, as being a Roman citizen to protect our back.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I think that's all I can digest for tonight.
Okay.
So, thank you.
I think the call that you're interested in is probably around July 31st. I found that out by looking in the current file and seeing when we put together the examples for the foreign grantor trust and the estate EIN right after Patrick's example for the private individual banker.
Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, and the calls prior to that helped a lot, and they go over everything. This man went over every box in his prior calls.
Issues you're talking about being explained, what's the checking account and savings account. Patrick has mentioned that almost every month, and it's on most of his documents. So that means you really have to catch up on the calls and look at the documents.
Okay.
Right, the checking account was the certificate of live birth, and the savings account was the Social Security.
Oh, okay.
In the public system.
The certificate of live birth is like a coupon. It's like a check. You have to listen to the calls to get it, otherwise you're not going to learn it.
And that's my thing right there. Because the bills that we receive in the mail are checks, why are we getting them to discharge them when we should be getting paid, like right off the bat? We don't have. Why are we going to the Vicar General when the IRS tells us straight up in Publication 1212 that they are supposed to reimburse us for those coupons? That's my gripe right there.
But they're not sending us checks.
You got, wait. Okay? You got a service, okay? They use your assets. They're giving you a bill, okay? Now, you have to give that back to them, endorse it back to them, do a 1099-A. You borrow debt from them. You give it back to them. You release the credits that they're holding so that they don't have to pay it back to the Treasury. Okay? Everybody is happy. You got the service. You were paid the service. Stop trying to
if it doesn't, and I'm not double dipping, they're double dipping. When I'm sending them a coupon, hold on, Patrick. When I send them a coupon and I send them a payment with that coupon, I just paid them twice. That's double dipping.
Yes.
So I'm not double dipping when they're using my credit. Hold on. They're using my credit. Hold on, Patrick. I'm gonna let you talk. I've been listening for like an hour and a half. Hold on. I let them.
You've got to go to the Secretary of the Treasury and then pull the credits that have supposedly been deposited because of that second payment you made and get reimbursed with the receipt because you didn't do it right the first time. You're only going to get paid once, okay? But you've got to go the right place to get the compensation in the process.
I got muted. All I'm trying to do is don't mute me. No, hold on. I won't talk over him. I'm a gentleman. I know how to have a civil conversation. I've sat here and listened since 5 o'clock. I'm a very civilized person. I know how to listen. All I wanted to do was get the point out so that Patrick could correctly answer me. That's all I'm saying. I just want Patrick. All I want you to do is hear me out. Let me say something, and then that way you can give me a good response. Because we keep talking, you keep saying you want people to ask questions, you want feedback, but when I go to talking, you start talking over me. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, like I was saying, they're double dipping because when I give them that coupon and I give them some Federal Reserve notes, I'm paying them twice. However, the constitutional law says, as you were saying, yeah, you can endorse it and give it to them, but they're not the only ones who are withholding agents, correct? I'm talking about the company, like an electric company. They're not the only withholding agents, right?
They have utilized their company. They've utilized your letter of credit, your signature, okay?
My social,
letter of
right.
credit. Okay, now, they are sending you a bill because they've been using, and that is rent that is being paid to you, but it is to be compensated by the service that you've been given by the electricity or the water. You have to turn around, give them a 1099-A. You borrowed the debt from them. You're going to then endorse the back of that coupon or that bill and give it back to them. You don't put any Federal Reserve dollars with it. Okay? You release the 1099-A is positive because it's debt. The endorsement on the back of the bill is negative because you're releasing credits to them.
Right.
They're holding your credits.
Patrick, I get all of that. Patrick, I get all of that. No, hold on. I'm just trying because when you have conversations like that, if it was just me and Patrick on the phone, man to man, and nobody else was around, we'd be able to have this conversation without somebody else just jumping in. Patrick, I totally get that. I've studied a lot of material that you put up there. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. But in that case, it would be preaching to the choir because I just want to move to the next step. I totally get that. But what I'm saying is when you send that 1099-A, who has to process that 1099-A? The IRS, right? Why is the IRS telling me to send them the coupon? And then they can then do an electronic funds transfer to me. That's what I'm reading Publication 1212. I'm reading their instructions.
Hold it. Stop.
Yes.
Stop.
Go ahead.
There. Okay.
Okay.
You send the 1099-A into the IRS. that is informing the IRS that this utility company does not have to make a payment of credits back to them, to the Treasury.
Hold on. You talking about the 1099A?
That's right there.
You talking about the 1099A, right? Let me go beyond the 1099. Let me go beyond the 1099A. I'm gonna switch over to
go beyond.
Because there's so many different ways of obtaining money out of this system. You don't have to just use the 1099A. There are people who have successfully used the OID process when they've done it correctly. I know people went to jail because
back in jail.
And you know why they went to jail?
Later.
No, let me tell you why they went to jail. They went to jail because they did not file it correctly. You can go to jail for filing a 1099A incorrectly. If you send a 1099A without the 1096, you're doing it incorrectly. You're supposed to file the 1099 OID with the 8281, and that's where people were going to jail. They were not announcing who was the filer. That's why people were going to jail. They weren't reading Publication 1212. When you read their instructions, they will tell you what to do. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to come up in here as a know-it-all, or else I wouldn't even be in the group. I'm trying to add to the group. There are some things that I have done. I showed a lady in Florida how to buy 2 cars last week. I'm trying to build on to the group. That's all I'm trying to do.
Okay, but how did you buy the 2 cars last week?
She used a negotiable instrument. She credited it to her account in Puerto Rico, and she used the 1099A.
The 1099A, right.
But all that did was report to the IRS that this transaction was happening. That's it. But that's not what allowed them to give her the car. She got the car.
Yes, it did.
No, let me tell you why. Let me tell you what they told her. They told her she got the vehicle because of the negotiable instrument, the letter of credit, and the UCC-1 that she filed. That's what they told her.
But they told her wrong. Okay.
All I'm saying is if this is coming out of their mouth, why should we go against the reason why they gave her 2 vehicles that was paid off in full? I'm not making this up. I'm just being straight up.
Did she get the MSOs? Did she get the MSOs?
She got the title. We talking about an
MSOs?
No, let me tell you what she did. She did an injunction against the state. See, the MSO never mattered. She can get a regular plate. She did an injunction against the state, and they can't even pull her over because she let them know that she's under the Bill of Rights, the state's constitution. You know what I'm saying? That was the estoppel that I was talking about. I filed that 6 months ago. I've already put myself on that list. That's what I'm saying. I'm already, like you said, you want people to be like there with you so that you can move on. Well, I'm here. I'm just trying to get away from the madness. And I want to see, like the lady, she was talking about, she looking for success. She want to see some success so she can know that she ain't got to go to jail. Ain't nobody got to go to jail for this stuff. If this is our rightful inheritance, what are we going to jail for?
Yeah, but one thing, okay? Why would you ever want to give jurisdiction to a vehicle, to private property, over to the state?
They don't have jurisdiction. Let me tell you why they don't have.
Does she have the title, or do they have the title?
She has the title. Let me give you an example. It's just like the title, your birth certificate. That's a title, correct?
If she's got the MSO, okay, not the certificate of title to the vehicle, but she's got the MSO, okay, to where it was never registered with the state. Okay, she's got to have the MSO. Okay, then that is private property. If otherwise, if it's a certificate of title that the state has issued to her, then basically she is under the control of the state, no matter what.
I'm going to have to beg to disagree, and I'm going to tell you why. For example, I have another client who has filed the estoppel, right? She got pulled over by 2 cops, and they told her that her vehicle's tags were out, and that they were going to have to give her they were going to give her a $700 ticket. So they went back to the car after she gave her the information. They came back and told her to go about her way. They didn't give her a ticket at all. So she went down to get those stickers. And what happened was they told her she was going to have to get an emissions test, and they wouldn't be able to give her any stickers. So she gave the lady at the counter her information. She went over to the emissions guy. He said that they stayed over there for a little amount of time. Came back and asked her how many years she wanted. She didn't have to give up any money. Why? Because she did the correct estoppel. That's what I'm saying, Patrick. I'm with you. We have the success. I'm just trying to get on board with you. When I brought up the Treasury of Puerto Rico about a month ago, you said, fuck no. I'm just being straight up, man to man. I'm trying to move on to the next level. But you said fuck no to me. But now you talking about the Treasury of Puerto Rico.
That's because I didn't know that America was conquered by the Roman Empire, okay?
Right, but I knew that. You know what I'm saying? I know what time it is. I mean, I may be, a little younger than everybody, and I respect my elders, but I know a little bit about what's going on. I think we can get further if we really, let people come into the situation and bring some laws behind what they're saying, because I really know what's going on.
Yeah, but
I want to see some success myself.
Yeah, you can make this a lot simpler, okay? That's the thing. This can be made a hell of a lot simpler now that we understand what we need to go there. And the 1099-A is just a means to basically draw the debt from the coffin into one side. Then we do the endorsement by the 1090 by the receipts that we give back to them, or we do the receipts that we send back to the utility company. Okay, you can take all your receipts. Like I bought this car. Okay, now I've got a receipt from the debit card that I had. That bought the car. I can take that receipt and go down and put that into Puerto Rico and get the $25,000 back from my dead man's account.
That's right. You're supposed to get the car and the money.
Yeah, well, basically, I'm getting the car back because, I'm getting the money because the Ford Motor Company had to borrow to make the car to begin with.
Right.
So instead of doing the invoice and endorsing it back to them, and I tried that before, it's best to go the one way, pay it, get the MSO title, never sign it over to the state. Then when you go to another state and see if she has a state's title, when she goes into another state, she may run into problems over there in that other state. But if you've got the MSO, okay, and you go into another state, they can't do anything because the state has never had control of that car. They do not have a claim on it.
What we've done to go around that, just giving you my experience, because I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
What we've done to go around that is we have filed the estoppel with the Attorney General, the Governor, and the Sheriff, right, of the county in which we're in the Nares County. And that has stopped them from pulling people over and even giving them tickets, right?
That's only in that area.
No, I got you with that. I totally agree with you. And on the estoppel, we did put the 50 states, but of course, if you're not putting these other states on notice, it's not going to work, right? So I've done it at a state level, and I've also done it at the federal level as well, right? So that's why I say it's a work in progress, but we are seeing success. That's why I'm trying to build with you, because I already know that you know what you're doing. I'm just trying to say, hey, we've had some success in this area, so let me talk to you because I know that your knowledge is already there. So maybe you can add on to where I'm already at and make this process even more smoother. You see what I'm saying?
That's where I've got to looking at, and basically the cars, the vehicles, and everything that had that little fish on the back of the cars and a cross, and that you state that you are an ambassador in Christ or an ambassador of Rome. Basically, they have no jurisdiction over you just by that fact alone. And then if you have the MSO, you do not need a UCC, okay?
Right.
You don't need any of these other documents. You still have your main apostille or affidavit and estoppel by deed over your certificate of live birth and your baptismal record and your military if you have that. Basically, that has stopped everything right there because that is mainly where all sources come from.
Right.
So, like in the movie Matrix, you put an estoppel out there, you're like Neo, and you have stopped Mr. Smith dead in his tracks.
Right. And I'm telling you, I'm with you. I watch your paperwork. I'm like, he knows what he's talking about. And that's not the case. All I'm saying is I want to bring a success story to you and build with you from there. But if I come with information and I'm being like pushed back on it, then it's only natural that I'm gonna be like, nah, I don't even want to deal with that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm a know-it-all, but if I'm coming with some success, you know.
I'm sorry I didn't pay attention to you there when you told me that before.
All I wanted was to win.
Yeah, it took me a while for it to sink in. And that's like even the other day I was talking about the DD-214, and it just didn't click until basically I cut down. I had 3 trees, and basically I cut down one of them, and 2 of them are still standing there, and I was sitting there smoking a cigarette, looking at that, and I said, 2. Basically, I got 2. I got my baptismal record that's a 214 form, and then I got my DD2. Hell, we're in the Roman Empire.
Right.
We basically were
I went and got copies of that. I followed you. I went and got copies of that.
Yeah, we were conquered by the Roman Empire because we became a debtor nation. So they conquered us that way. Okay? Not coming in and marching across us, but basically they did in a way. They sent all their bishops and priests and everything over here. And but that's been in play for several hundred years, because the Jesuits have been out here all the way out to California way before half the damn states in this country ever got on the map.
Right. Yeah, most definitely. People don't know that they're conquered. That's why, people going around here, raising their voices at these cops, and they getting their butts kicked because they don't realize they are conquered people. But there is a way around these people. I've dealt with state troopers who have not done anything to me when I spoke up for myself. They've actually came to my aid when they tried to repo my car. They came and told them they had to leave. Why? Because there was paperwork in place, and I was confident in what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? And like those type of experiences, the lady who was speaking just right before me, that gives her confidence in what we doing. I feel where she coming from, because you come into a process and you ain't seeing success. You like, I'm not trying to go to jail. All of us ain't built for that. I want to see, hey, has anybody been successful in what we doing? And so I've had some people in front of me that were successful, so that gave me more confidence. But at the same time, I don't want to depend on them. I want to be my own man, but I do want to work with other people. And I see you got the knowledge. Look, the letter of credit that I'm using, it was based on the letter of credit that you created. I just changed a couple things around, and it worked.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm doing. And we could all be doing the same thing. I don't want nobody thinking I'm a know-it-all, but, I do know something.
Yeah, you just got to put it in your own words so that you can defend it. And that's what I've been trying to tell everybody. You've got to put it, you can take my documents, but you've got to make them put it into your wording so that you can defend what you're going after. And then basically you're there.
Yes, indeed.
We've got them. And see, basically why for over 2 years, okay, I had traffic tickets on the books, okay?
Right.
I'm sitting right here about 3 miles outside of town. They haven't come after me for those tickets or anything like that. I've done numerous things trying to set them off and everything.
Right.
But they never came after me. Well, because in a lot of cases, I have filed stuff into the diocese with the vicar general in the process, and basically they know that I'm sitting here with a lot of key information, and they've been told to back off of me.
Right. And as they supposed to. As they supposed to. They not supposed, all of these laws that's going on out here are unconstitutional. And we're letting them know that they're unconstitutional. And, as you would very well know, they don't want to do that stuff in the public, but in a private way, they will back up off you. And we've seen this with success. That's why I'm with you. You are in the right direction. You right there. I'm just trying to build with you. You gave me something about the Treasury of Puerto Rico. Even after that situation, when you put up that document, that made it easier for me, so I didn't have to call up there and looking for an extension. It was on the document you put up. So you see how that worked for me? But I already knew about the Treasury of Puerto Rico, so it worked well.
Yeah, that was Verdell. They basically gave me that information, and she went down there and basically processed one of the instruments to get a car, but the only problem she had was the insurance, and that's why I put that other document up there about that we can do our own insurance as a letter of credit and place that on deposit. Okay?
Right.
And,
I was asking you about that too. Heck yeah.
And
I'm trying to do it.
Stops them. They can't force us, and the problem is they cannot force us into the Jezebel system. They do that, and they are in total violation of the laws of Rome, of Christ, okay? The laws that are cast in iron.
Right on. Now, I'm with you 100%, because the lady, she did do the regular insurance, and I know that, you want to get around everything. I'm just saying we found a way around that, but, she got the regular insurance, and she got 2 brand-new cars. She signed the paperwork, nothing old. It's been 3 weeks. There's nothing coming back. It's good to go. Okay. I mean, I'm talking credit card bills being paid off, tickets going away, court cases. This stuff is working, and I'm giving you credit that some of it's coming from your work.
Let me turn you over to the group. You guys go ahead and continue talking, and I got to go put my mom to bed, so I'll be back on in a little bit.
What's your information, young brother? Do you have any direct information?
What is your name? Can we get your contact information?
Oh, yeah, so I am Malik from Washington. I've been on the calls a few times. I lay low, though.
Washington State?
Yes, I'm in Washington State.
Okay.
I lay low. I don't be trying to get too much attention, because this is private information. So, you don't want to put your stuff out there, But,
do you have a Skype name?
I'm sorry?
Can I get hold of you on Skype?
Yes, on Skype, I am T-O.
T-O.
Identity. It's all one word. T-O identity. So it's 2 identity.
I will find you.
The Skype group so we can talk to you.
INDENITY.
TITY.
Identity. Oh, DITY. Oh, there's 2 D's in there.
You gave some very good information that really resonated, and I'd like to talk to you.
Yes, because it works. It works, and it's not going to work any different for anyone else. Like, when you're doing it the right way, they can't turn you away. You're doing everything the proper way. It's not like A for V, where people say, it may work and it may not work. No, it's going to work or we going to court. It's as simple as that. Wow.
Do you know Corey?
I'm sorry?
Do you know Corey?
No, I don't know Corey.
Oh, he's pretty sharp. He's kind of like you. He's on the Skype group. He's got his name there.
Yes, indeed.
OREA or something.
When I type in that Skype name, something called Luca comes up. Is that correct?
No, it's TOIDENTITY. I think that's how I spell. You put it that way? Okay. Take away that first T. All right, so try this one. TOIDENITY. Try that one.
Spell that again.
So that'll be TOIDENITY. Try that. ITY. 2 identity. I think I spelled it wrong when I first did it.
Okay.
You have an email, bro.
Could you join the Skype group?
Skype
group so we could talk with you.
Is
yes,
after
indeed.
T an IE or an ID?
So I'll do it one more time. So it'll be TOIDENITY.
Okay.
Identity without a T?
Yeah, without a T. Without the other T.
Yeah.
I fixed it eventually.
Could you join the Skype group so we can talk with you?
Yes, indeed. I will do that. I'm on my way home right now. I was actually driving, but I'm on my way home now. I'll jump on.
The way you do that,
I'm sending you a Skype contact request right now, and I'm referencing Patrick's call, so that's how you'll know who's contacting you.
Yeah, because I don't put myself out there like that, because like I said, it's private, and I don't want anybody coming down on me, because you know how it is when you get some real information, they don't want that stuff shared, so I try to keep a low profile.
I'm not trying to give out your information.
No, we're a small group, man. It's not that we're not like that.
To join to join our Skype group, you need to send me a Skype contact. That's TWIDLAR.
Oh yeah, I've seen that name before. I got you. I'm gonna add you as soon as I get home.
Send me the contact request, and I will put you in the.
Okay. Yeah, because it's some good information out here. It's amazing. Like right now, these banks they're not saying anything I'm doing is fraud. It's not illegal. It's just they trying to play a game of whether they're going to accept it or not. And I'm studying their rules, their little banker secrets, and I'm up on them. And they can't run.
Thank you, Malik. I appreciate it.
That's proof. And a lot of people are saying a lot of things, but you're talking about proof right there. That's
when you got these, listen, I know we running away from, their codes and everything, but there's this thing called conflict of law. If you going to play in their game, you got to know their rules. So what you do is you bring their rules to their face, and you say, well, this is what your code says you have to do.
Yep.
And that's what I've been doing to them successfully.
Nice.
Okay, so can you walk us through slowly without any woman did to get that car or those cars?
Yeah, I'm in the car right now, so I don't want to really say too much on the phone right now, but I will get inside of that Skype group, and I'll discuss as much as I can. But I will say, because I know Patrick has his process, but my process started with the authentication of my birth certificate, because I followed Minnesota Rule 220, and under the full faith and credit. Yes, because come on, under the full faith and credit clause of that Constitution, if you get a certified copy of a law, it stands as law anywhere you go to put it on record. You could put that on record anywhere you go. So you should follow what Minnesota Rule 220 is telling you to do. Patrick brought up Jupiter Ascending. Jupiter Ascending is showing you Minnesota Rule 220.
So how did you go about the authentication?
So you get your regular birth certificate, and you send that to the state where you were born, to the Secretary of State's office, where they do authentications and apostilles. So you fill out a form where you do a cover letter, whatever they want you to do, just read the directions. And the key to getting an authentication, which is not an apostille, because an apostille is the corporation. You don't want an apostille. You want an authentication. The key to getting that is using a country that is not in The Hague. It's just that simple. Look it up. Find a country that did not sign The Hague.
Right.
And every time I'm sorry?
What country did you use?
I used Taiwan, but you could use Morocco. You could use any country, because for me with Taiwan, I'm trying to do some business with Taiwan, so I need to get my document authenticated for Taiwan.
Okay. So you went to the Secretary of State and you got the authentication of your birth certificate through the state where you were born. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then me is in Pennsylvania, so I sent it to Pennsylvania.
Okay. And then the next thing you did?
Right back to you with the cover sheet telling you that it's authenticated.
Okay.
Once you're done that, then you send it to, you've gotten it back, then you send it to the Secretary of State's office in D.C.
John Kerry?
John Kerry. And he'll authenticate it as well. You'll get his wet blue signature, and you'll see it says that this document is backed by the full faith and credit of the United States.
Okay.
Then it's game on?
It's game, yes. And the next step, if you follow Minnesota Rule 220, it tells you that you have to attach an affidavit saying that you are one of the owners of said certificate of title, which is your birth certificate. And I have those documents in place. When I did this stuff, I didn't just think about myself. I thought about everyone else that was going to come behind me. So I set everything up in template form so I can look out for people in that way.
So you filed that affidavit at the county level where you live?
No, you don't even have to file. You attach it to your birth certificate.
Oh, to John Kerry?
No. John Kerry doesn't need to
get it back.
Once you get it back, then you attach the affidavit.
And you just apply for that?
Right. So, let me tell you why you
send that to John Kerry. He will send it back as fraudulent.
Exactly, because they don't want any parts of that. And rightfully so. Let me tell you why. Because that affidavit that you're attaching to it is called a counter deed. A counter is a secret writing that destroys the public one. So because they have an interest in the public on your birth certificate, it's destroyed once you attach your affidavit. And that's not me saying it. That's them.
Okay, can you just do a rewind on that? When John Kerry responds, he says it's fraudulent.
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
If you have John Kerry say? He says it's fraudulent.
No, if you were to send, say if you had the birth certificate and you attached the affidavit before you sent it to John Kerry, they would send it back because the affidavit has nothing to do with their process. Per their own instructions. All they want you to do is to get it authenticated at the state level first. That's per their direction. They didn't tell you to attach an affidavit to it. You just do the first part correctly. They're going to send it back to you. Then you send it to John Kerry, and then they'll do what they're supposed to do, which is attach their little cover letter to it, send it back to you, and then you attach your affidavit. Let's make that very clear.
Okay. And so once we attach it, then what does that mean?
Then that means that you now are a holder in due course of that certificate of title. It says on that cover letter that comes back from John Kerry, there are some laws in the bottom left section. One of those laws is the holder in due course law.
Okay. So what kind of an affidavit are we supposed to attach to it then?
It's an affidavit of ownership.
And what would it say in there then?
It will say that that you are the said owner of that birth certificate. I have a template. I don't mind. Yeah. If you read Minnesota Rule 220, it actually tells you what to put on the affidavit.
Yeah. Okay. I've read it like 40 times, and I'm getting closer. Thanks to you. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. We're supposed to be doing this. You know, I just don't want to step on nobody's toes. I don't want anybody thinking I'm stepping on their toes. I'm just trying to get to the finish line.
Exactly.
Okay, so when we do this process, is that we have to go through that whole process to actually have ownership of the birth certificate? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Hey, wait. Do we endorse when we send it to John Kerry? Don't we endorse the back of the certificate?
No, you don't endorse it.
Okay.
The endorsements were like Baker's acceptances. At this point, you just got a certificate of title. You're just trying to process.
Yeah, I already got it authenticated. I've just been holding on to it for a month, not sure which one to send it to. So now, because I didn't know if I had to get it apostilled or not. So I just got it authenticated.
Yeah, you want to get it authenticated. Just use a country that did not sign the Hague.
See, they only asked for a country if it was going to be apostilled.
Right. But you put in a country if you put in a country that did not sign the Hague.
No, I didn't put in a country. I just got it authenticated. They didn't ask. They asked me for a country. I said, I didn't say one. They only wanted a country if it was going to be apostilled.
So you got your birth certificate authenticated at your state, right? At your state level, and you just sent it in. You they didn't did they tell you to do a cover letter, or did they have a form themselves?
They had formed themselves, and then they gave me the seal, the state seal.
They gave you the state seal, and they authenticated it.
Yeah.
Good. Hey, good stuff. If they doing it like that, where you don't have to put in a country, that's cool. Because that says something. Because, I mean, I haven't had the experience where I've tried to do it without putting in a country at all.
In California.
I mean, but you know what? Something like that speaks for itself. Because if you don't put in a country and they just do it, I mean, I don't know if that was an error. I don't think it was.
I don't think so either. Because
they don't make errors.
Yeah, they first asked me a country because they thought I wanted to act seal, and I said I'm not leaving any country because they thought I was going to go to another country.
Right.
And I said no, and then they said okay, and it was $25, and took me about a half hour, and I was out the door.
Right on. Hey man, that experience right there, it says something to me. We want to get down to the nitty gritty of it, but if you don't put in a country, and if they're going to make an assumption, then that means that they have to be operating on the de jure side for them to just do something like that.
Yeah, that's what it was. Because I went to the state. That's the de jure side.
See, there we go. Speaks for itself. I just used Taiwan because that was just my way of going it. But if you don't have to put anything, that's even better.
Yeah.
You said the state. How do you ask for the de jure side?
I think the state attorney general, that is, he's dual. He's constitutional and DC, so he's both.
The Secretary of State, right?
Yeah,
the Secretary of State's office, right? Yeah. So, and it makes perfect sense because they already made their own assumption just by you not putting anything there, because they know where that birth certificate sits at.
Did you have to show any ID or anything, or just?
Yeah,
I can
just
understand
ID.
Walking it in is really better, and then you don't lose it.
Yeah, just my ID, and it was good. And the $25.
Yeah, I'm from Pennsylvania, so I had to mail it in, but everything worked fine. Everything worked fine for me.
Everything worked fine for me, and I'm from Virginia.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, Malik, I have a comment to make. When Patrick was saying that our nation's been conquered by, the Roman Empire, or the Roman, and Eric John Phelps is like the only guy that wrote Vatican Assassins and all the dirty deeds the Jesuits have been doing and all that. I mean, there's no lack of evidence of that book that he wrote was like 750 pages, and I think he wrote a second one. I'm not sure. But by taking over a country because of a bankruptcy, how can our nation be bankrupt when there's all the resources and everything here? It just doesn't make sense that, all the people...
Our nation isn't bankrupt. Our nation isn't what's bankrupt. The corporation is bankrupt. So when you start dealing with your artificial person, which is the first name, middle name, last name, and Legis, that's the correct name for it. Everybody's using straw man and all of that. And the third, Enslegis is the correct name. Enslegis. Enslegis. And that, once you're using that name, now you're in the bankrupt corporation. But you, the natural person, you have nothing to do with that. You got funds sitting at the county. Patrick talks about that all the time.
Right. They have the substance and we have the title. We just have to merge them.
Right. And and that's the part where we're working on right now, where we're working on coming in, with the bill in equity so that we can try to claim these assets. But there is a process before you can even do that stuff. That's why Jupiter Ascending put it out there on Front Street of telling us what we needed to do. When he came in with her, he said we have the authentic holder of the title. And he told her that she was going to need her tax ID in order to get the title. That tax ID is the social.
No, it isn't.
I'm gonna just tell you why I said the social.
It's the individual banker's EIN.
I'm gonna just tell you why I said that.
Social is a dead man's account.
Right, it is.
Yes,
it is, and so is the certificate of title. The title is the title to that dead man's. It's all connected. You don't get the social without having that birth certificate, right?
No, you can just apply for it. You never have to show it.
You got proof.
I'm listening. No, I'm here. I'm listening.
You got the birth certificate before you got the Social Security number. Okay.
Right.
Okay, so the Social Security number came later, and that's when they had to have a means to deposit the rents that were due to you because your guardians allowed them to have access to your assets, okay? So they signed as a letter of credit in the process for 21 years, okay?
Right.
With the certificate of live birth. Now, you come in with your Social Security card, and see, that did not go into effect until you turned 18. And that was supposed to be when you started working. And it was primarily set up, the Social Security was, to allow the corporations to go and use your assets as when you started working for them so that they could have a means to pay you. Right. Because they had no money, so they had to borrow the money. So they were really using your signature when you hired on as a letter of credit, and then turning around and paying you for the usage of that back. You just didn't know that you had to take that receipt and turn around and get the payment back from the from the Puerto Rico using the 1099-A.
No, I'm here with you. I'm listening. I try to do more listening than I do talking. I promise you.
And
the 1099-A
that's what
is the rent.
The 1099-A is the big kicker, okay?
Yes, indeed.
In the process. We don't need the 1099-B. They have to fill out the 1099-B if we put a 1099-A in to set off like a mortgage or something like that. They have to go back in and adjust the books. They have all the accounts in the process. We don't know what all the fees are and everything else that are associated with that. And then they'd be the ones that also have to do the 1099-Cs. So the only document we are really primarily concerned with is doing a 1099-A properly, either to set off the bill initially by giving the endorsement on the back of the bill, or if we pay for it out of our back pocket, we take the receipt and we have to surrender the receipt, okay, so that we're not taking the receipt or sending it down to Puerto Rico, getting paid from them, and then taking the receipt and going back and getting the money back from the company at the same time. Okay? Right. So we have to surrender the receipt down to Puerto Rico when we do the 1099-A along with the invoice to them.
Do we endorse the back of the receipt?
Yeah, you would endorse the receipt so that basically it can't be used by anybody else either. Okay?
Right.
Okay, and then basically you get the funds, the credits that were utilized in the process by Ford Motor Company or whoever made the car, okay, because they had to borrow. And see, the bankers have no money. We're the only ones that have any real substance.
So true.
Hey, do you think that the 1099, if we're not caught up on our taxes, well, that won't work, right? And
yeah, you take that tax bill, okay, if they say you owe some taxes, do a 1099-A, okay, to them, okay, you're a person, and basically you're borrowing the debt, okay, you borrowed the debt, either as your Social Security person or whatever, and then you endorse the back of that bill that they send you and send it back to them. But the 1099-A is positive, but on the back of the bill, you endorse it as a negative. You're releasing the credits to them, and that's what you say. I am releasing the credits. Negative credits.
That's so true, because that's what we're doing. We're actually, we're not, in that case, like you're saying, you're endorsing the bill, right? So the bill is the equivalent of, like, if I was using a negotiable instrument to try to, like, make a purchase, right? And I use the 1099A as well. The negotiable instrument is a negative, but the 1099A is the positive. Same case when you're handling these bills. Right on.
Right.
Does it need to be signed in red ink? Is that true?
Well, you can write. The reason why you use red ink, because in some cases there's a lot of black there, so you do red and then you sign it in blue.
Yeah, never sign in black.
Yeah. Sign in blue and date it blue. Date and signature in blue, but you write the payment and everything, the endorsement, pretty much and basically I put endorsements up there on the site, and for the bill set off, you write that in red, and then at a diagonal so that it doesn't merge in into the thing, and then you sign it in blue. And you sign it, and basically it's best if you have your banker's EIN.
Yeah.
And then your chief financial officer is the one that is basically doing the set-off.
Okay.
And I use that banker's EIN. I use that in my process where I actually put on my negotiable instrument, my name and private bank, estate, and trust. We've done that, and it worked.
Yeah. And then you've got your EIN there, and basically he's the fiduciary over the estate or over the foreign grantor trust.
Yeah, I got my estate EIN and my private banker, individual banker, but not the grantor trust. I'm a little confused. I don't have a foreign address, and I heard that you got yours without using a foreign address.
Right. When I got mine way back, I turned around and I did the 3520 and the 3520A form. What most people never read, the Schedule A for the 1040. And it was right there that basically told you need to have a foreign grantor trust.
So, do those forms and not for the grantor trust, do the 30, what were those numbers, 32?
Yeah, and then basically the other one, the 4122 or whatever is form, that one.
And not online version, right?
That goes into Detroit, and that is for a bank with the IRS. You have your bank, and put your notification in there about your bank.
With those forms?
Yeah, with that 4022 or whatever it is.
Yeah. Okay, Thank you.
Hey, Patrick.
Yeah.
With the private bank, right? I was just looking into it a little deeper. What I found with the foreign grantors trust is like with a trust, you want to have a declaration of trust and you want to have an indenture to go with it.
This is not a trust, okay? This is not a trust in that capacity, okay? This is a entrustment, okay? And an entrustment is not a trust, okay?
Who's the
so what I'm
beneficiary?
saying, so with the 98, so we're talking about the 98 EIN, right?
Well, basically, some people have different EINs. Some people even have 47 foreign grantor trust EIN. And see, what a foreign grantor trust, basically, that is where you have allowed you are a foreigner and you have given a letter of credit. That is your foreign grantor trust. You have given a letter of credit as a trust instrument over to this other party. So that's where, when you want to close down all of these letters of credit, that's why you need to have that foreign grantor trust so that you can pull those letters of credit back out of the system. That's why you need the foreign grantor trust number.
Right.
To remove your letters of credit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that with the way I've been looking at things, like especially with the banker, the private banker number, right? I was one of those people that got one of those discs from you, and I wish I was in front of my computer right now. But like on the disc, it talks about the articles like for that a bank has on, that a bank has like its own constitution. Do we have to have that on deck, in your opinion?
No. See, that's the key thing. a private bank is not controlled by the state. And it's basically, this private bank that we have is essentially a private estate or private enterprise. And the state has no jurisdictional control over this. Right. That's why we went with individual banker instead of private banker, because a private banker, the state has jurisdictional control over a private banker, but not over an individual banker. And they do not have control over a private bank. Okay? So we have an individual banker in a private bank.
Right.
Okay?
So you think to write as an individual banker?
Yes, you have to write it as individual banker. You don't say private banker. You say private banker, and you now basically, unbeknownst, you're under state control.
Well, on the IRS forms, I did individual private banker, and then they sent it back as private bank, estate and trust. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you have a private bank, like I have Patrick Devine, private bank, E&T, okay?
Yeah.
And see, my individual banker works for my private bank, okay, he's my CFO, but he's not a private banker, he's an individual banker. Okay, see, that's the difference, and that's what I say, you need to really read the definitions in the dictionary, and you'll start seeing the difference in between some of this stuff and how basically people, by not knowing the definitions, have gotten themselves into trouble.
Oh, I never learned to read.
Yeah, the key book that we should have gotten when we went into school was a good Webster's Dictionary or Oxford Universal Dictionary.
The 500-pound version.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. See, that was the thing, Patrick. The disc that you sent me, I read the definitions, and I mean, because we should read it again probably right now. That difference between that individual banker and the private banker, because I thought I saw that the private banker was the one that wasn't incorporated with the state, but the individual banker was incorporated with the state.
No, it's the opposite. Okay, and see, I tried to highlight that in one of the Word documents that I had up there, in between the difference in between the two of them. Okay?
Right, yeah. Yeah, because that's what I thought I saw. You know, I'm just trying to make sure I'm reading it right, you know.
And that's what, some people say, I have to read that about 3 times, then it finally sinks in, then I see what you're saying.
I got you, because, you know, the way to go is not being incorporated with the state. You know, I had got a DBA, but it's not filed with the state. It's filed with the county.
Yeah.
Just to let them know that I'm doing business. But it's not filed with the state.
Yeah, my ERNs are in Alabama, but I'm in California. Do I need to do a DBA at the county here in California?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just did it on the county, just so that they could, nobody could say that they didn't know I existed with my bank. That was just another crutch that I just put out there, so they can't say anything to me.
Yeah, and see, basically, you're also one of the key things. You claim that post office, okay? Your post office is basically your box number that you have, your zip code plus the 5 digits, okay?
Yeah.
See, that's also a Roman post office, and the Roman postal system is what was really set up here, and that's why a lot of this key stuff is out of Philadelphia, is because that's where the main headquarters for the real de jure government in this country is out of Philadelphia, not Washington, D.C. What they did with Washington, D.C., they separated out 10 square miles and separated it from the nation. Okay? So it is not part of the nation. Okay?
Yeah.
It's not. Okay? It's a corporation. Okay? So it is not part of the real land of the nation. The real capital of the land is Philadelphia.
Yep. It's in their own codes, too.
And see,
Man, I wish I was in front of the computer.
That's where the Treasury Department is located. That is where the de jure post office is located. And then also, that was Philadelphia was the prime hub for all immigrants coming into this country, was Philadelphia, before Ellis Island in New York ever came on the scene. It was all, my great-great-great-grandfather, Patrick, came into Philadelphia. He didn't go into New York or Boston, okay? Boston was just very small. Most of that was fishing and other stuff up there, but immigrants, most of them, all came in through Philadelphia. A few of them came in through South Carolina and a few other ports like that, but
Old Mexico.
The main hub of immigrants was really through Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I didn't find out all this information about Philly until I moved out here to Washington. Then once I got out here, it's like Philadelphia is like where a lot of the stuff is. It's crazy. It's a lot of people in Philly that don't even know where they're at right now.
Yeah. And see, then you have that, that's why you also have an archdiocese there in Philadelphia, okay, out of the Roman Empire, okay, located there in Philadelphia. And so when we get our affidavit and our estoppel by deed done, then we will turn around and put that into that archdiocese and then try and get our American Roman citizen passport and identification out of Philadelphia.
Or does anybody have that?
No. I mean, so this is some stuff that I'm just thinking about that, hey, here it is. We now know where we need to go. Because now we know that we're a Roman citizen and that we're in a conquered country under the Roman Empire.
Let's have a toga party tonight.
No. Could.
Yeah, I looked up that Roman citizen, too. I looked that up, and it was some good stuff underneath that. Just public information, just basic public information. I didn't see anything that would throw up a red flag to me. It was more, and it actually spoke of more on freedmen when you looked up a Roman citizen.
Yeah, and basically, you want to be, and see, that's what, like I said the other night, why did, in the Civil War, why were there so many ministers involved in the Underground Railroad system out there? Because in most cases, they knew that basically if they baptized a black man, okay, then he became a free man because now he became a Roman citizen. A citizen of Rome under baptism. See, that's what happened to Spartacus way back in the Roman time. He was a slave. And then when he got baptized, he became a freed man. You're not a free man, you're a freed man.
That's right.
And there's a difference between the wording. You need to have that D in there. Freed.
Hey, Malik.
Those little things. Yes, I'm here.
Have you or any of your clients used the technology for the houses or anything like that?
I'm sorry, say that one more time. Have we used this process for housing?
Yeah.
So I'll just give you something basic. Right now, off top, I can tell you that if a home was in foreclosure and you got together with that homeowner and you got them to sign up and you got them to sign that house over to you, we all know that the court is a bank, right? So a court will handle business better than any of these regular banks would. And you gave them, and so someone successfully gave the court an instrument and a 1099-C for a $6 million home.
Nice.
And I'm not going to lie because I don't want anybody getting in trouble.
No, what about the tax delinquent housing list? You see all those lists of houses that are, delinquent taxes and they're going to be auctioned.
Yeah, the tax deed sale, right?
Yeah.
The tax lien sales, right? Yeah, there are people that I know that are getting those homes too. Someone went into one of those auctions and got a home for $50.
That's what I need. Yeah, 75. Okay.
You know, I mean, at the end, the ending cost was over $700 at the end of the day. But come on.
Was that
but why not go in and help the other party that's being injured? Okay, in the process.
I agree.
And
I agree
then
with
you'll
that wholeheartedly.
be happy. Okay.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Right.
Hallelujah.
Okay. Don't go out there trying to make a profit on somebody else's incompetence.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I really do.
Yeah. If you want to go out and do that, go after a corporation that's totally incompetent and take them down. Like Washington, D.C.
Someone being they shouldn't have been in foreclosure in the first place. They already paid for the home when they signed for it.
Yeah. They don't know that. 3 years afterwards, basically, it's fully paid for, okay? 3 years afterwards, see, there was bonds written for 3 years, okay? So full payment, full amount of credits are sitting there for you to do the set-off if you endorse it properly to have the funds pay for the house. So it's fully paid for by the credits because of the bonds that were written. Okay? Now those credits don't have to go back to Puerto Rico if they even do. But see, since we never filed the receipt or the 1099-A in, Puerto Rico has never been informed that they need, and see, Puerto Rico also controls the IRS out here, the Roman IRS, to go after these corporations. So if we don't put the receipts or the mortgages in down to Puerto Rico with the 1099-A, saying, hey, these credits need to be returned to the Puerto Rico Treasury, then basically we're negligent in the process. We're allowing all of these banks to, that's how they get double dipping, because we'd never turned the receipts in.
That's correct.
Is that the same amount of time with the car too, like 3 years, or is it at the close of the business day when you sign it?
It's 3 years because basically that is the amount of time that basically the comptroller of the currency, the bonds, they can only keep those bonds out there for 3 years. But see, what the bankers do is they turn around at the end of that 3 years and turn around and sell it to another bank. Yeah. And then that bank turns around and tries to run it for 3 years or whatever.
That goes with cars, too. That goes with everything, pretty much.
Oh, yes. But see, in a lot of cases, the cars and stuff like that are run through the state insurance department. And see, that is not controlled by the comptroller of the currency of the nation. The comptroller of the currency of the nation is the one that's responsible for the national banks using the bonds, okay, using the Bureau of Public Debt bond system, okay. But the state insurance departments, they may run it for 7 years, 10 years, whatever, like on a vehicle. And see, like on the vehicle, the bonds that are written are the full value of that vehicle that's listed on that certificate of title. So if you never give them the title, they cannot write any bonds. They have no claim over that car. You keep the MSO, you basically are the sole owner of that car. It's like the pink slip back in the 50s in the movies that basically people were racing for pink slips. Of course, cars were a lot cheaper then, too. Some of the cars they were driving were only worth about $500.
Wow.
Of course, now some of those same cars are worth $250,000.
Inflation.
Yeah. And see, that's what's going on right now is because these bankers have inflated the Federal Reserve dollars against a $1 silver dollar. Is 17 Federal Reserve dollars now to one silver dollar. Where back in the 60s, it was one Federal Reserve dollar equaled one silver dollar. So you think you're getting, when you're working for $20 an hour, you're getting just barely $1.25 an hour in silver. Hell, I was making $2.25 when I started out working as a lineman for the phone company back in the 60s. So that would be almost $40 an hour now in Federal Reserve dollars. Is what they did. They basically inflated the Federal Reserve dollars and basically have made people slaves out here thinking that they're making big money. They ain't. They're getting gypped.
And that's why this system is so horrible, because they give a couple people a couple dollars and they feel like they're getting something, and they won't say anything against the system because they're comfortable.
Yeah. Gasoline right now is $2.29 here where I'm at in Federal Reserve dollars. Okay? How much is that? That's about the same price it was back in the 60s. About 28 cents a gallon. In real money. Probably a little less than that. It's probably down close to about 18 cents. I mean, people don't realize, see, the commodities really haven't changed all that much. A car that's worth $25,000, basically you divide it by about 16 or 17, and you come up with about the same price as a brand new car back in the 60s. See, that's the problem. Most people don't understand the monetary system. They don't know about the conversion in the process, about what inflation is all about. And then they never knew where to go to. And now we know that we need to go to, since we're under Roman control, we need to go to the bishops or to the vicar generals in the diocese or the archdiocese that we're dealing in. Just like we need to go, Jesus had to go to Pilate back in his day. Because we're conquered.
Right? Yeah, I seen when he went into the temple, he turned the tables. I didn't take that as he literally went in there and flipped over the tables. No, he just turned the tables on the bankers.
Yeah, he was bringing the real law into play against them, and that was turning the table on them.
Yeah, because they got banker secrets. I ran into some of those webinars that they have out there for bankers, and they talk about keeping banker secrets that they don't want to tell the general public. And that keeps people dumbfounded because they don't know what's going on. And then when people walk into these banks and they try to talk about this information, now you know why people won't talk to you, because if they do know, they're not going to tell you because it's a secret.
Yeah, and you'll never know their codes because they'll constantly change those codes on you. So you don't even want to play in their game. Because, I mean, how would you like to play a game of football, basically, if they're constantly changing the rules on you?
And they do change the game.
You say, I ain't playing anymore. I can't handle this. I just scored a touchdown. No, you didn't score a touchdown because you violated this rule. Wait a minute. Where are you getting this? Well, we basically have that in the rule book here. See, I just added that.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
So you make your own league.
You come out and you stand by the real law, okay, out here, which cannot be changed because it's cast in iron.
That's right.
And that's what Christ is all about. It's cast in iron. Jesus stood for the real law because it was cast in iron in his time. It wasn't cast in stone, it was cast in iron. Because they were under the Roman Empire. And that's what Daniel was all, the whole thing about the statute was really about the law. Who has control of the law at that point in time? You have to interpret the dreams. And that's why basically the Bible's called the Holy Book, because it's full of holes and you have to fill in the missing information. But, yeah, like if you want to buy a house, you turn around, you can get the purchase, like what you did. You can do a 1099-A, borrow from your dead man's account that's located down there in Puerto Rico, and give the invoice for that, and basically have the payment either made to you or to the third party, to the person you're buying it from, have the check or whatever sent to them, direct deposit or whatever.
So, Patrick, are you saying that we would be able to buy a house that way, or is that just for an already existing mortgage?
No, that would be able to buy a house. Okay? You're going to draw the funds out of your dead man, your Moramain account down there in Puerto Rico. And you're going to put a 1099-A in there. Basically, the receipt 1099-A that I had up there. And you would take a copy of the bill or the invoice for that house, and basically you would do an endorsement to release the credits, so it'd be a negative value of credits to be siphoned out of the coffin or the safety deposit box that is being held down there at the Treasury in Puerto Rico under your dead man's name, of last name first, then your first name, and Social Security number. And then you can put special instructions on there that you are to get the title outright, that this is not to be filed with the state. Okay? And basically this is going to be tax exempt, okay, in the process, because what did we do when we put that request for the EIN in for the individual banker? We made him tax exempt. He's a non-profit organization, in a sense. Tax exempt. So that's why when I bought my car, I did not buy the car. My private, Patrick Devine Private Bank E&T bought the car. And my private banker, or my individual banker, was the one who was the authorizing agent in the process. I, as the living, did not appear anywhere in the process. I let my fictions do all the work for me, huh?
So it would be the same thing for the house, and the private banker would be buying the house?
Yes.
Okay. So if there's an already existing mortgage, would the process be the same?
You can transfer it over to them, okay? And see, in a lot of cases, you should already have a homestead exemption out here, but you have to come in under a homestead exemption with a different EIN, not the Social Security person.
Because that's a 14th Amendment person, right? That's why.
I guess I'm a little. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just because the way my mind is thinking, and not just thinking, like you know it. The Social Security person doesn't have the same rights that you do as the woman or the man. You don't. That person only has privileges. So the homestead exemption couldn't apply to that Social Security person.
Right. And basically, he is dead anyway. Okay, so basically, he's controlled by the state. He's under the protection of the state in a way because he's a dead man. It hasn't been claimed. Okay.
Yes, and that's the part where I was talking about with the birth certificate. Because in reading Minnesota Rule 220, it says that the birth certificate is outstanding. And you find that the definition of outstanding means abandoned. So you have to claim that dead person, as Patrick put it.
Yeah, and that's one of the other things. One of the girls went out there and basically found out that with the diocese or I don't know whether it was with the church that she went to, Roman Catholic Church, but or whether she went to the diocese, but they also have notary, and they have notary authority, processing authority in at the diocese level or at the church level, and so basically at the diocese level they have a little more authority out there, just like the Secretary of State does. So you'd want to go to them, okay, because since we're a conquered country, that Vicar General and that Bishop have more authority than that Secretary of State does. Even in a court case, basically, I want a minister there, basically, if they're going to try and drag me into one of their commercial courts. But they ain't going to be able to drag me into anymore because basically now I've got the affidavit and the estoppel by deed, and basically they can't take me in there because now I'm an ambassador of the Roman Empire, and basically as an ambassador I have to go to an Article 3 court. And basically that has to be operated under the real laws, and there has to be an injured party. And basically a corporation is not an injured party. They can't bring attorneys into an Article 3 court. You can't either. You cannot have a paid agent in that court.
And I think that's where, like, you know, people who are new to a lot of the judicial process, you know, as you go through and you learn this stuff, you begin to learn the different jurisdictions, Article 1, Article 2, Article 3, and, you know, that if someone brings you into an Article 1 court, you need to do a notice of removal to Article 3 because that's where your power is. So, you know, that's something that I had to learn because I was new at this too. And I had to learn.
Yeah, confession and avoidance, okay? And what do you do with the church? You go in and you give your confession to have your sins forgiven, okay? But confession and avoidance submittal into a court means that now the other party has to prove that they had clean hands in the process and that they were not negligent in any of the process that they're trying to claim restitution from. And basically, all of these credit card companies, all of these mortgage companies and everything else, they do not have clean hands and they were negligent in the process of telling you how to settle the bill. So basically, under that, when you read that definition, that is very powerful. That's what most people should have been understanding, confession and avoidance.
So So what kind of letter would we send to a credit card company to clear up that debt?
You do a 1099-A.
Okay.
And you endorse the bill.
Okay. Now I've got a situation where I don't receive paper statements.
Call them up and get the bills. Have them send you a bill.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to start acting like a creditor, right? Creditors,
and do not deal with any third-party debt collector. You do not have a contract with them.
No, you don't.
You deal with the first person only.
Okay.
You settle the bill. Even if they've turned it over to a third party, you go back to the first party. Because you don't have a contract with that third party.
What if the first party won't talk to you?
You know what the bill is. You turn around and somebody's sending you the bill. You turn around and send it back to that first party.
Okay.
What I've done with is like there is actually a court case where a woman won. She won $81 million for a $1,500 credit card bill.
Yeah, that just happened, right?
Yeah, that just happened. So you use something like that, and that shows you that, you know what, dealing with this third party debt collector may actually be a good idea. So, you know, the way we've gone about it is we sent them paperwork telling them off the bat that, you know, we don't owe them anything. And it's an administrative process. And that's what I think people need to get in their head. Like, say you do send that 1099-A and you send the endorsed bill. In some cases, they may give you some pushback. That's when you got to learn an administrative process where you got to send it to them a couple times. That way, if you got to take this thing in front of a judge, the judge is going to rule in your favor because you put them on notice. And that's like, you know, that's that 3 times rule. You know, you click your heels 3 times. You know, third day, everything's about a 3. So you do want to learn how to do an administrative process. That's something that a lot of people weren't really stressing, because you could send it the first time, it don't work, and then you lose your confidence. You got to learn how to do things the proper way in contracts. You got to put them on notice 3 times, and then you will win.
Yeah, and then basically the thing is, you will never go into court, okay?
Right.
And that's what basically Paul said in the epistles was stay out of court. Settle with your adversaries immediately, okay?
Yes, indeed.
So you take that bill that they send you, you do a 1099-A, so basically it can be tracked because, see, they owe the taxes back to the Treasury. And you have to give them the instrument so that they don't have to pay that back if you are basically releasing the credits that they're holding and not paying out of your back pocket. You have to do one or the other, okay? You either pay out of your back pocket, then you do the 1099-A down to the Treasury down in Puerto Rico and get reimbursed. Or you do the 1099-A to the billing process, do the endorsement on the instrument, and send it back, and now you've given them the instrument that they could go to the IRS and say, hey, I don't need to pay this back because it's settled right here.
Exactly. And that's the issue right there. They have us paying when someone goes and gets a normal mortgage, those payments that you paying them, it's what Patrick just said. They making you pay the taxes. Right. Because you didn't balance the books. So in a lot of cases, some of it is our fault, but we didn't know. They didn't teach us this stuff in school, you know, but we starting to wake up now. So now's the time where we really start learning how to do this commerce the correct way.
Yeah, and see, unless you put those 1099-As in, okay, and you mark the 1099-A that you do not have to pay that debt back, okay? That you as the borrower do not have to pay the debt back. Okay? You're going to release the credits. Okay? In some cases. So it all depends. Whether you mark that box or whether you don't mark that box, you have to think about what you're doing.
Okay, now does this work in a situation where the credit card is in the name of a non-profit?
Stop right there. Right now, you don't have your EINs, do you?
No.
Okay. You don't go any further until you get the EINs. Then you come back and you can ask these other questions, because otherwise you're getting too damn much information and you're going to confuse yourself and you're going to be totally out of sync.
I firmly agree with that.
I just want to know if this is going to work for a nonprofit where I'm the signer.
It will work as soon as you get your EINs, okay? But you need to have those EINs in place before you even start this thing and start going the next step.
Mm-hmm.
So this will work even if it's not in my personal name.
The way I say it is a debt is a debt. If something, if my mom had a bill, a so-called bill, I could discharge that with my credit.
In 3 days, you can have all 3 of those EINs. So by Wednesday night, you better have all 3 of your EINs on the call Wednesday night. Then we will go over the rest of the stuff with you. Fair enough?
That works for me.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a process. Patrick's right. You have to put everything, you have to do the first steps in order to move on to the next one. That way you protect yourself. Because these people will come after you if you don't have those protections in place. You don't have things on the record. You got everything on record, you'll be good to go. Because then they can't say anything. And that's where your confidence will come in, because you'll have it in your hand and you'll see it for yourself.
Okay. Fabulous. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Toga party.
Where is it going to be at?
Yes, not Patrick, because I thank you.
Okay, I'm done. If anybody else wants to continue talking, go ahead, but I'm going to call tonight. Okay.
Yes, they're very Patrick. Thank you for the information.
Thank the other guy, too.
No, Patrick, you set up the forum, man. I'm just here to join in.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
I just wish that some of these other people out here, basically I was listening to some of these other people, and basically they're still going down the same damn rabbit hole.
Yes, they are.
Trying to fight the damn tax man. Well, basically, we know that this guy, and basically like I listened to Angela Starks call the other night with a guy by the name of Smith on there, and basically, we know that the damn computers and everything else that these IRS out of Atlanta, Georgia, and different places are all fraudulent because they're working for the corporation. Okay? And they're not the real IRS. And see, the real IRS that we need to get involved with is really the one that's out of Puerto Rico.
Yes, indeed.
And see, we've been misled in that regards, thinking that was the evil one, when that is the one that we need to side with, because that's the one that's protecting our Roman treasury accounts. Because, see, our accounts ended up going offshore to protect them from the corporations that are operating onshore.
Yes, indeed.
And that's why that one judge basically told the one guy down in South Carolina, he was judged there in the Court of Claims, said, you're still out at sea. You need to bring your assets home. And the assets are offshore, in an offshore account down there in Puerto Rico. We need to bring them back onshore. And get out of the Jezebel system. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Talk to you Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, what was the Skype name again? TW?
TD.
T for Thomas.
Okay.
WIDLAR.
Gotcha. So like Twidlar. Okay.
Right.
All right. Okay, I'm about to send you a request now.
Which Skype group? Which Skype group?
The Patrick Devine group.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
So we've got the new files, the Federal Reserve files, up on the Skype group to download. I will retitle them and put them up on Yahoo in the backup soon. I've just put the returned envelope that the Federal Reserve posted, sent back to Ray, telling him to send it to Minneapolis. Very detailed address of where to send it.
Can you give that to us?
I posted it on the Skype group.
Okay.
And I just got from Bill Smith today the copies of his 1099s for the utility bills and the language that he put on the back with the endorsement. So I will be organizing that to make it a little bit more anonymous and easier to read and post that up.
Okay.
And I just found out. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just going to say, was that stamp similar to what I read the other night?
Yes. I still got the language here. I can read the language.
Okay.
I still have it here. Well,
so notice of intent?
Well, basically he had notice and I declare, and I changed that to notice and declaration. Our purpose of this tender or payment as a special deposit order of the payer as beneficiary is to be certified to depositor's account as an accord and satisfaction and payment in full, and a discharge of any and all outstanding liabilities. Now, I asked him if that last phrase, because what he did is he paid $1,000 more than his bill. And so the $1,000 was meant for future liabilities. And they did zero it out, but, the language he has here, the only way to interpret it is that they agreed that they're not going to bill him anymore, that he has everything taken care of forever, not just $1,000 worth.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens in the next coming months. To get some kind of another statement just crediting his account or something like that.
Well, that could be. It could be that what they've done is they recognize, rather than doing this monthly, let's get it done once and for all.
Yeah, once and for all. Right.
Right.
That'd be great.
So we've got a lot to work on here. Now, I just found out today that my Cleveland recorder had actually returned my estoppel on Monday. They mailed it back. They refused it and mailed it back. So I should get it the next couple of days. So I'm going to record it as a cheeseburger and send it back to them.
Okay. So you're going to Arizona?
Yeah, I'm going to try Pinal County first. They said they would do a ham sandwich.
Right.
Well, I'm going to find out what their fees are. I'll give them a little competition. And it'd be good to know Patrick's opinion of if we did that, what extra language would we write on a cover letter back to the offending county, saying, here you record it, you can't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you guys have any questions about what's going on or want to discuss any of this? Because my plans are to turn around, redo my estoppel and check with Arizona, find out which county I want to send it to, and fire it on down there. And then I'm going to just try a coupon draw, even though Patrick says it's better to have the estoppel in place. From what we were seeing with Ray, it could be that they would take it even without the estoppel. So I'm going to give that a try. And then, based on Ray's examples and yours, Guillermo, I'm going to burn up 6 1099As. The first 3 do the coupon draw, my electric bill, and my cable bill. And then the second one, I'm going to get a bunch of UPS orders because I've got the cash to do it. Then spend them on something and recycle it. And go do a bunch of UPS money orders and my water and gas bills.
Right. And while I was in the post office, I noticed that they also have gift cards now in there.
Huh. I mean, they're like preloaded debit cards?
Well, they're different, what they call them, department stores and restaurant types.
Okay, it's not general.
I haven't seen any, bank Visa or MasterCard type cards, prepaid cards, but if you go out to eat or something like that, or you have a department store you like to shop at, maybe just pick up a gift card and load it, and you're going to be paying through the post office. Find out whether it's limited to certain places or whether it's unlimited. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just thinking more outside the box. It's not just limited to money orders or, stamps and envelopes and stuff like that, but actual, everyday items that we can actually purchase from them and get the reimbursement.
Okay. That's interesting. Okay. So, yeah, if it's a general debit card, then we just, that's the same as getting a money order then. Well, we'd have to try one to see if it's the same.
Of course, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
We're still in testing mode, so I guess, just something to think about in the future.
Did you post all of Ray's information that he got?
I just posted it on the Skype group.
All right.
It's just the envelope, right? Just the envelope with the return address?
Yes, the envelope with the sticker on it.
Yeah. I guess we need to print out that PDF 5382, see what it says.
Oh, someone on 919 is making a lot of noise. Okay, I'm going to go in the other room and call Patrick and see if he wants us to be on our own tonight or what. Okay?
Okay.
So you guys want to talk this over?
Sure.
Keep it going. Well, it looks like he's tied up.
Okay.
And the other open issue then is people having any problems with their EINs. Guess not. Now, it's been mentioned several times it would be nice if we have instructions. The way I look at that is Patrick is doing all the hard work of digging out this stuff and, preparing all the various things to do and having to move from one thing to the other to make sure, like a good scientist, if one part of the experiment fails, you start a new one. It's up to us to gather it together and put it together as instructions. He's given us enough hints as to what he's done that we ought to be able to put it together in instructions, and then run it by him. If it's wrong, he'll tell us. I'm sure he'll tell us. And that way we do much better at learning it ourselves. I mean, that's the way you learn science, is you follow someone else's research and try to duplicate it for yourself. Scientists don't come out inventing new things right away. They do it by figuring out what other people did before them and trying to duplicate their thought patterns to actually relive what the previous people did. So that's up to us to pull that together and put it in a situation where it's a little bit more cookbook. But right now, you don't want to do it just, it's still in the development stage, and unless people know what they're doing, they shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, I agree. Excuse me. Yeah, it took me a few times to go over the different calls over the past 3 or 4 weeks to finally put together that post office reimbursement package. But it was pretty much all in there, like you say. It's just a matter of one concentrating and focusing on what you're doing.
Yeah.
If you have to go box by box regarding the 1099, just have to be ready to listen and have your notes ready to write what Patrick reveals.
And in a way, he jumps around in his calls as things are occurring to him. But it's up to us, and we should have actually been making summaries of the call and posting up the summaries as well as the calls, so that it makes it easier for people to find what's in any particular call. And we could still go ahead and do that. Go back to the previous call, take notes. And one of the things I find is that and when on a call, he'll mention something on a document 2 or 3 calls before that amplifies how to use it. And that if we're drawing up our current instructions, we can use that information to go back and correct the directions for that particular document. Because not everything each week is totally new. It's building on what he did before.
Right, and it's also a course correction, like you said.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to modify it or even go back to the drawing board, but that's just part of the process.
Yeah, if the map is wrong, go change the map.
Yeah.
Is there any more that people want to discuss? It's us right now. It's our time to having any problems with this. Are you ready to go ahead? Okay, is that all we wanted to discuss on the call then?
Still have problems with knowing how to fill out this SS4 for the foreign grantor trust, foreign address.
The foreign address?
Yes.
Well, remember what it is. If you do it on an SS4 and send it in, they will require a foreign address. When Patrick did it, he fought his way up to the top and was able to explain to the manager up there. He was able to get it with his own address. He didn't have to play the games of doing a foreign address. Now, I did a foreign address, and I'm going to go back and use an 8832 form and change the addresses back to domestic.
Oh, okay.
Now that I have the number.
Okay.
The other thing is that right now we've and Bray did this. He filled out the SS4 form, because if you look at it, I think it's block 9A or 10, where it says other non-withholding foreign grantor trust. And you have in the same position where you put private unincorporated bank, you put non-withholding foreign grantor trust.
Okay. I've got that written in on my worksheet.
And the thing is that what you have to do after you get that is call the IRS and verify that it is a foreign grantor trust.
Oh, okay.
If they say it's a foreign grantor trust, it doesn't make any difference what the number is then.
Right. Okay, it was that foreign address that it had me stumped.
Well, that's what they want, but basically the explanation is we're foreign to them because they're a foreign country.
That's what I was thinking. D.C., and so that is a foreign country too.
Well, yeah, and it's occupied by another country, by the London bankers.
Oh.
It's been occupied by that ever since Andrew Jackson opened the door for him in 1835.
Oh. Okay.
We've had almost 200 years of a financial army occupation.
So another question, to do my credit card, to eliminate a credit card debt, I would use the 1099-A?
Yeah, just like I was going to do the water bill, the utility bill. And I will post up a version of that, of what Bill sent me.
Okay.
And you can do that for utility bills. You use what Guillermo did for postal money orders, postal products, because that goes down to Richmond.
It goes where?
The Federal Reserve in Richmond.
Richmond, Virginia?
Yeah, that's on his example. He posted that up.
Okay. I haven't received it yet on my Skype.
Well, Skype is unreliable. I don't really use it as a primary distribution medium.
Okay.
So I'll be getting it up on both Yahoo and the backup.
Okay. Has anyone gotten any funds yet from any source?
Well, Patrick did from his Social Security.
Yes.
But it wasn't because of the current paperwork we're doing, but he went in and argued the principles that we're operating under with the current paperwork. Because what he was doing is he wasn't getting new funds, he was restarting the old Social Security account.
I see.
And it turned out that even when he thought he turned it off, it had been accumulating funds, and so he had $73,000 sitting in it.
But no one has gotten any other funds. With all I can think of is the estoppel, but it was the other form.
I'm wondering, did Bill get his started up? Someone else got his started up too. Was it Harold? I think Harold. You're here, Harold. Is that right? I think Harold posted a note on the Yahoo group that he got his started.
Okay. I have another question. When I got my private banker notification back with my number, I don't have it written down as private banker E and T. Do I need those letters, the E and T?
No, as a private banker, you're a private individual banker working for the ENT.
Oh, working for it. Okay.
Yes. You, the real person, own the private bank, estate, and trust.
So I don't have to have those letters after my private banker name.
No, you shouldn't have the letters after your private banker name.
Okay.
But you're working for that company. You as a private bank owner, got your Social Security public person terminated for all the things that he did wrong, but then you turn around and hired him as your CFO for your own private bank, and he has that private individual banker number.
Okay.
And he works for the Bank, Estate, and Trust. And I would give Bank, Estate, and Trust on the form. You always have a lot of noise, Don.
Do we need to put my first name and then semicolon?
No, we're not doing that anymore.
Oh, okay.
Okay, anything else? We've gone over EINs. We've reviewed the estoppel. We've got to work on the coupon draws and the various uses of the 1099A. Now, when I send in my coupon draw, I am going to include the 1099A that Patrick later decided was good to add.
Okay.
And that would be the lender copy, right?
We're the borrower.
Yeah, but when we send it in...
Our Social Security...
Yeah. But when we send it in to the Federal Reserve Bank, we'll be sending them the lender copy. That's the care of the Federal Reserve Bank.
Right.
Yeah.
Do we use our private banker number on that?
On what?
That 1099 to the Federal Reserve?
No. At least Bill did not. I have to go back and see what Patrick's latest example did.
It would depend if you're doing the estate or you're doing the foreign grantor trust. So if you do your estate, the borrower would be the ID number for the estate number.
Right. Now, when Bill did his utility bills, the lender ID was the company's EIN. The borrower IDs was the Social Security number without dashes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for a utility bill, I guess it would be your Social Security. Right.
And the account number is whatever your account number is at the utility company.
Yeah, at the bottom, account number.
So if you want, we can have an impromptu session if people want to do a bunch of 1099As. I think if we set up these work calls, we should do it for one specific thing, and so they don't wander all over the place.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
And for 1099As, you do have to have your estates and your, I guess, your foreign grantors and your individual banker would. You still have to have that, but it won't go on your 1099As.
Right. But you use your estate EIN for the coupon draw for funds.
Yeah.
So you use your foreign grantor trust if you want to close it down.
Yeah.
There you are, Bill.
This Bill Smith and Lawrence Singleton.
Yes. We've been talking about you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we went over the stuff that you gave me.
Okay. I tell you, boy, time be sneaking up on me. After trying to do so much stuff, just time be sneaking up on me a lot of times.
Right.
Realize how late it was until I started to say, oh, my word.
Okay. Well, Patrick gave us a lot of reading material. He really would like us to view the entire Federal Reserve website. And the operating circular number 10, I believe, is about 57 pages. And it's not entertaining reading. So we have a lot of studying to do to really concentrate. I would imagine it would take at least a good 4 hours to go through that Federal Reserve. And as we're doing it, try to tie it into what we're doing.
All right.
Because what we have to do is take their word, which may be meant to hide what we're doing, and see how what we're doing fits in.
Okay.
But it looks like the purpose of it is that we will be able to approach the Federal Reserve window ourselves. Right now, we're depending on doing what Ray did and seeing if the retail division of Minneapolis will do it for us.
Yeah. Somebody was telling me it's according to your birth certificate where you possibly would go to as well, from what I heard. You know, like what that said that Ray went to San Francisco because of his something on the birth certificate. It indicates what Federal Reserve is going to go to. The same way, like on the back of the Social Security card.
That turns out to be wrong.
Oh, that is?
Yep. Because when he sent it to San Francisco, like it said, that's when he got a printed up sticker saying send it to Minneapolis Retail Division.
Okay.
Let me read that sticker.
Huh?
I'm going to see if I can read that sticker. Return to sender, incorrect address. Send the item directly to Treasury Retail Securities site as instructed on the instruction form PDF 5382. Treasury Retail Securities site, P.O. Box 9150, Minneapolis, Minnesota 55480-9150.
So what you're saying, everything goes to Minneapolis.
That's what it looks like.
Okay, because the reason I was saying, like on certain people's birth certificates, it has certain things. You know that number that's down the left hand side.
Yeah, the red number. Yes, it is a bond number, but it has nothing to do with this part.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So, I mean that was a big clue that Ray found. There was no matter where you send it, it should actually be going to Minneapolis. At least that's what it looks like, so that's what I'm going to try.
Okay. Well, hey. Well, I'm gonna try it too then. Shoot.
Okay. Based on what you told me and what Guillermo did, I'm going to do a 6 1099As. One will be a coupon draw to Minneapolis, and then 2 utility bills. That'll fill up one sheet of 1099As. And then I'm going to do what he did: go buy a bunch of postal money orders and then turn them in. My water and gas bill.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm working. I'm trying to work on this stuff right now. So okay. Give me a couple of days. There's a couple of things I'm working on, and hopefully after I complete it, I can be able to tell you. I don't want to, put it out there until I got everything hooked up right. Okay.
Do you guys want to have a call on Saturday afternoon so we can have a short study call like this?
Yeah, that'd be fine with me.
How about 3 in the afternoon on Saturday?
Okay. All right.
Is that 12 Pacific?
That's 12 Pacific. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm in for that.
Okay.
And what topic? The 99As?
Yeah, the 1099As. Probably I'll keep in touch with Bill and see what he's developing. And if there's anything he sends us that we have to read before we have the call, then we'll do that.
Well, hopefully, I'm sitting up and working on it right now. So hopefully, between now and Friday, I hope to have it through. And I've been working on it all day. So.
Okay. Then I can post it and people can look at it and we can discuss it on Saturday afternoon.
Okay. Hopefully I should have it. I'm like I said, I'm working on it. It's pretty tedious, so. But.
I understand, yes, and we appreciate it too.
Okay.
And we all need to really hit the books on that Federal Reserve stuff because we need that kind of education. Patrick keeps saying we have to understand banking, and that's one way of learning it is to read the damn manual from the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, man. Well, look, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, take care now. All right.
We'll wrap it up then. Any other questions, guys? Okay, we'll see you on Saturday then, and we'll chat on the Skype group.
Okay. All right.
All right. Have a good night.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm right now reading Operating Circular 10, which is the banking agreement. But there's a whole bunch of stuff out there, and it's going to take hours to go through, and I think it's worthwhile. It's going to take us effort to connect the dots, but that's when we practice doing that, we get better at it. So anybody have any questions over what we discussed on last week, or ourselves? We still got the problem of the estoppel. A question as to whether we go record it in one of those Arizona counties that'll record anything, or report it at the county court. Patrick is suggesting that, and he's also taking up the suggestion that if we convert it into an affidavit, because most counties will record affidavits, and they're having a hard time accepting this as a land book, even though it is. And if we pursued it, we could probably show how they're not fulfilling their duties. We should do more than sitting around waiting, because you know that Patrick by far prefers it when we're actually taking an interest in what's going on and discussing it. So what have you guys been doing about it? You know, with these documents, what are you getting into? No kidding. It went back on hold again. It's doing it itself. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Did you get my message?
Yeah, I got I saw the message come up on the Skype.
Okay.
It got thrown on all by itself. My mouse was nowhere near it.
Okay.
Okay, so what have you guys done in terms of trying to get this stuff out?
What did you say, Pat? What did you say, Thomas?
How many of you gotten your EINs?
Oh, yeah, I got them.
Have you prepared your estoppels?
I got one in, but I have to make sure it got received. I got it to the county land records.
Okay.
Sent it to them.
Well, Ray's got returned. Mine got returned. I think somebody else's got returned.
Yeah, I have to check my mail.
So we have to pursue that. With what we talked about on Saturday, I'm preparing several utility bills, and I'm going to send in the coupon draw. I was hoping that I'd have the estoppel in place before I sent in the coupon draw, but Ray got back what was a positive response, that he was given a specific address to send it to. It could be that they were playing games with him, that they knew it wouldn't be honored, but they just had him send it somewhere else. That's probably the case. That may be the case. Go do it and find out. So has anybody dug into reading these Federal Reserve things?
I'm just going to download it all right now. I haven't even started to read it.
Okay, well, it got put out there days ago. When did I do the
31st, it says.
Actually I started, yes. So there were a couple of days ago that I put the files up, and then I added Patrick's collection of the Federal Reserve documents into one zip file. And the way I do that is then I keep that and take the zip file and make it into one directory and start going through the directory file by file.
Sorry to interrupt, Tom. This is Guillermo. There's quite a few callers that got put on hold, including myself. So I went on to the free conferencing line and called in from there.
Okay. Well, it turns out that the hold button went on all by itself.
Okay.
I have an errant mouse, but it was nowhere near the hold button. And Steve put a message on the Skype board, and I caught that and turned it back off hold.
Okay, good.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, and I forgot I had not posted your money order things when I thought I did, so they got posted up this afternoon.
Okay, good. Anybody has any questions, I'm here, available.
Okay, well, I'm going to try it.
One thing I put on the envelope just before I sent it out was customer department. I put the address, but I actually added that on the customer department.
Good. Yes, Patrick has pointed that out many, many times that we're customers.
So it's a Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, government agency, and then underneath I put customer department, then the address.
Good. It's all written down here. Okay, now Bill said he has another document that he's preparing that he's going to show Patrick. But right now he has to get permission from the guy who sent it to him to distribute it, and he thinks he'll be able to do that. So I'll be anxious to see what that is. Have people haven't been having any trouble with the Skype group? I've had two people. One I added, and he doesn't see the Skype group window, and the other one who was a member of the Skype group, but when she updated her Skype, she couldn't access the group anymore. Now, I've had that problem before too, and I've called into Skype, and what they did on one computer to solve the problem, they went back to a version 3 years older. So I think that if you're having problems on Skype, it could very well be the Skype itself, and you think you should avoid updating.
Yeah, I'm not doing any updates myself, and everything's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on the line, Tom.
Hi, Patrick. I just saw you sent back a Kerry letter. Okay, good. I'll post that.
Yeah, that way out of England, I got it into PDF format.
Good.
The whole thing. Okay.
Yeah, the way to outdo England without fighting her. Okay, I'll post that up right away.
A lot of this goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the 1099As and going to the Federal Reserve Bank and different items there. It just gives more substantiation in our claim to go in there and withdraw our collateral away from them.
It goes all the way back to 1865.
Let's just take care of what we got for our ship, okay? For our time frame, okay? Not back to 18, okay?
Well, they were thinking of it then.
Well, basically, yeah, okay? About the whole system, but it really goes back all the way back prior to even Moses' time, this whole scenario.
True.
About how the pharaohs and everything else have been using the dead monetary system throughout the ages. Now, one of the guys turned around and basically, if you can't get your estoppel by deed and banker's lien through the county recorder's office, then turn around and get it notarized and take it in and get it documented at the clerk of the court's office.
Okay.
After that, you could turn around and take that apostille and banker's lien, or the estoppel and by deed and banker's lien. Now that's recorded and notarized and everything, and take it up and take several copies of it and get it up to the state Secretary of State and get it apostilled. If you got several copies, send a couple off to the Secretary of State out in Washington, D.C. Get it apostilled. You're dealing with foreign jurisdictions here, this whole process. Anybody have any questions on that?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just set it out and do it. Yes, you don't need a case to register with the clerk of court. You just file it there as a document.
Just get it and get a certified copy of it back from them, okay? Or take in several and get them time-stamped, okay? As soon as they've got it time-stamped, basically it's a done deal.
Right.
Now you can turn around and get it apostilled, and basically then it's a done deal.
Okay.
You guys got to start thinking outside the box. Don't just go by what I say. There's more methods out here than you can shake a stick at in a lot of cases. But there's only one real true path that you have to stay on. But you may have to go to a different door to get through the other door. If that makes any sense to you people.
Oh, yeah. And this file is stuck at 10%, Patrick, but it's trying to connect. This file, the way that I'll do England is stuck being sent to me, but I'll just keep waiting for it to download.
It's hard to say how long it's going to take.
Right.
A lot of times it's the connection with the problem with the connection is holding it up.
Yeah, it looks like an internet problem. Did you just take the letter and PDF it?
No, I basically went in and found another link to find where that document was at.
Okay.
And it gave me the whole PDF. You can get it in Word text or you can get it in PDF.
Okay, this is the excerpt from the Carrie's letters?
No, it's the whole thing.
Okay.
There's the link to get it. Download it off that link.
I'll do that.
Either in PDF or text. It's got several different formats that you could use.
Sure. I've got it up. Okay, I will do that.
There's more ways to find these books and find this information other than just one source out here. And especially you use Dogpile. I use Dogpile.com as a search engine. And that one does one hell of a good job, better than Google or all the others out here. It picks up more of a broad base searching in the process.
I have a question, Patrick. This is Guillermo, California. Are we still calling the CAFRs collateral assurance fund reserves or the customer assurance fund reserve? Does it make a difference?
Well, we're going after our collateral that is being withheld from us out here under the United States Fidelity and Guarantee Company.
Right.
And see, then it's got the assurances, and then it's got the Fidelity assurance policy that's out there being used as collateral. Everything that is done out here in this country is by insurance, assurance, or insurance. That's why why they have speeding tickets out here, why they have a seatbelt ticket, why they have all these other items out here is because they are charges against the insurance policy. And all these judges are nothing but assurance adjusters. Insurance or assurance adjusters, primarily assurance adjusters. You have to get the endorsement over onto that for them to set it off. But you have to notify them that you know who they are, and that basically if they do not comply, then you will file charges against them. Because now it's assurance fraud, not insurance fraud, but assurance fraud. You buy a new vehicle, okay? You don't want a dealer's license plate on there. You want to pay, you say, I'll pay the taxes, I'll pay getting the thing recorded. I want the title. I revoke all warranties by the manufacturer. The only thing that I want is a 30-day guarantee that if something happens, I can return it. And that's a standard contract item. Therefore, when the manufacturer no longer has a right to have a warranty, an insurance policy out here on the vehicle, they can't use that vehicle as collateral. You don't sign it up with the state cannot use it as collateral. You don't get the dealership license or permit or whatever for 30 days, the dealer is out of the picture. He has no lawful claim against that vehicle. You own that vehicle outright. And you're not a driver because you're not operating in a commercial endeavor. You're not for hire. That's pretty much the gist of it. Same thing would hold true with your mortgage on a house. You go and process the funds out of the Federal Reserve Bank, out of your account that is there, using that certificate of live birth or your DD-214, whatever document you have, and process the funds out of there to make a lawful payment. You're operating under Roman law, okay? You are a Gaius. G-A-I-U-S. You are a Roman citizen, a Roman American state citizen. Because we're operating under the Roman Empire. And that was the empire that was going to be until the end of time, in this process that we're operating under, and it's the clay over iron. Iron is the law. The clay is the codes of law that have colored it over. Pretty simple. You just have to look at these things from the proper retrospect. I mean, you guys ain't dumb out here. But you got to start thinking. And that's the problem with most people. They don't want to think. They want everybody else to do the thinking for them. That's why everybody's got a goddamn stinking insurance policy.
In regards to your vehicle, Patrick, that you purchased, would you able to put that into your private bank now, estate and trust?
I got it registered as a private into my private bank. That's who bought the vehicle. You have to put it into your fiction person's name. Yeah, I as the living don't own anything. That's what Gaius is all about. Of course, I don't know how good this car is going to be after the hailstorm's going through right now. There's pretty good chunks of hail, too. That was a golf ball for an there.
Has it been 30 days yet, I guess? Has it been 30 days yet?
Damn close.
Yeah, pretty close. Well, either way, after the 30 days come up, I guess, like you said, we're responsible for taking care of any issues with it, repairs or anything like that.
There's a fair amount of noise building in the background, and I'm having to reboot my computer so I can't mute anybody out for a few minutes. So please star 6 yourself out. If you're not speaking, star 6 yourself out. That's better. No, that's not better.
I noticed Patrick posted Federal Reserve banking document zip on Friday. I'm trying to connect and download that, but is Patrick's computer accessible?
Go to econcurrent.com.
Okay.
You download it a lot faster that way.
Okay. I'll mute it.
Tom's got it posted in there.
I don't depend on Skype at all as a reliable means to send documents, because people can, ask us to retransmit them 10, 20 times because of Skype problems. Get them at the Yahoo or at the back eConcurrent, it's always much faster.
Okay, understood.
Anybody have any questions on any of this stuff? Unmute yourself and ask the questions. You start making ways for these people, and they will back off in a lot of cases. Because they really don't know all the law. That's the problem out here. Had one guy up in New Hampshire there talking to an attorney that he was trying to work with up there. And basically he was blowing the attorney away. The attorney didn't know half of what the hell he was talking about. And then he didn't want to know what the guy was talking about. That's the kicker. That's how dumb these damn attorneys and everything are. And they think that they can just buffalo you away and hope that you just walk away from them. But you don't walk away. You stand your ground. A couple people are supposed to be evicted, but basically they're still in their place because they put some documentation in, and basically they didn't hear anything back from them, but you're not going to hear anything back from them. You will know them by their actions when they don't come about. But you start doing the 1099As and those forms and start looking at this
Diana.
in the process. Also, there's like an 81 form that basically you can file. Information return for publicly offered original issue discount instruments. Send that out to Ogden, Utah. I got filings back from Ogden, Utah on both my 1041s that I submitted, trying to charge me with frivolous filings. Well, I'm going to go right back after them. I got 30 days to respond to them. Well, I'm going to respond to them. And say, hey, you better know the damn law because I will take you to court. The IRS is just a damn public servant. And we're the public. We're the ones that they're supposed to be working for. We're not working for them. They're supposed to be working for us. That's the problem. People don't know who is who. And they're so damn scared that the damn government is the one that owns everything. And that all these corporations own everything. They can't. They are totally fictions. And a fiction cannot be an outright owner of anything. Everything has to go back to the source, as the movie Matrix pointed out. And Neil had to go to the source, because Neil was the source. He was the energy. We are the energy. If we don't put our energy to work, basically nothing will function. Bottom line. That's why sit-down strikes were always a big deal. You shut everything down. In other words, you turned off the switch. None of this is complicated. But we, as human beings, have tried to make it more damn complicated than what it really is. And then we've listened to a lot of bullshit artists out here that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground and just make it all the worse. There's enough information out here that basically you people can go out there and start reading some of this stuff. Get your intake on the damn thing. Stop plagiarizing everybody else's works. Start trying to be a little creative on your own. So anybody that has any questions?
Hey, Patrick, this is Steve.
Yeah.
If I want to do I'm going to do the estoppel by deed on my certificate of title. Do I endorse it or give that sign that back over to them? So like a coupon.
You endorse that state certificate back to them and say, I am endorsing this back and I want my original manufacturer's title to that vehicle.
All right.
You surrender the insurance policy, and therefore you have to get back all of your insurance that is basically being held as collateral. Read that Federal Reserve document that I had posted up there about that. That operating procedure number 10.
Okay.
It talks about how to terminate your collaterals.
Okay, I'm downloading that stuff right now, so I haven't looked at it yet. Yeah, I knew I had to do that. I just, and I've been listening to, your other tapes that said the same thing. We're canceling the policy, and we want the funds that was in our name. We want our money, just like you said. You don't have to have proof of financial responsibility anymore, and they're authorizing you to get duplicate plates, and you think you're going to get some type of ID and perhaps your money.
See, in all cases, you have placed your collateral up with the Federal Reserve Bank.
Yeah.
Now, you are your estate EIN person or your foreign grantor trust person or even your private bank, individual banker.
Yeah.
Is going to be the borrower on the 1099-A. In operating circular number 10, go to section 17. termination. The borrower may terminate its consent to be bound by the lending agreement by giving written notice to the credit function at the bank's head office or as otherwise specified by the bank, so long as no advance is then outstanding. Notice of termination does not release the borrower or affect the bank's rights, remedies, powers, security, interest, or liens against collateral in the existence prior to the bank's receipt of the notice. Nor does the termination affect any provisions of the lending agreement, which by its terms survives termination of the lending agreement. There's a lot of stuff in that, but basically bottom line is you can go in and terminate that whole thing.
Right.
Because you're the source.
Right.
You don't need insurance. You've got the full faith and credit of the country behind you. All of our forefathers and everything, all of their energy is sitting in storage.
Right. Okay. Operating circular number 10. Okay.
It should be in the zip file that I sent to Tom.
In the Federal Reserve zip file? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Federal Reserve banking document zip. Okay.
Two Federal Reserve banks do not need to have authorization forms for you to access them. You go into the FRB discount window website. I sent you a link in that package also.
Okay.
The authorization form that you need for most of the Federal Reserve banks, except for Philadelphia and St. Louis, is the SC form. You have to get it notarized.
SC, like
right, because you're notarizing a fictional person. You're not notarizing the living person.
Okay.
That's what notarization is all about. You're trying to notarize and get respect given to the fiction.
Okay, I'll check that out. Yeah, you're terminating the letter of credit that we've given them all this time, and we're taking control of the title by name, not by certificate number and seal, but by name and our boundaries, our biometric boundaries, and our signature, our written signature, and our other bounds, and our seal. That makes us three-dimensional, not two. And they don't really have any equity. They don't have any claim. We only gave it to them, and we can take it back.
We only allowed them to use our collateral out here in their endeavors to write bonds.
Right.
And that's the only way that they could come up with their money, is debt money in the process. And all bondage money is debt money. So when we pull the collateral, they have to terminate the usage of that in the process.
Yep, once we understand that and do that, then we're off and running. We're starting to be private again. We're getting control of our assets.
We're going to be operating with lawful currency.
Yeah.
We take the insurance away from them, the assurances, the collateral usage of our assets away from them. We shut them down. Now they want something. They have to come to us, and we will determine whether we want to give payment to them for that or not. They've been writing all these bills and everything else out of Congress this whole damn time against our collateral out here, because everything that they do in Congress is a bill. So to have a bill, you have to have a payment on the other side of the ledger. The whole scheme of the thing was that they didn't think that the people would fund them in their endeavor. Well, the people wouldn't fund them. So that's why they set up this scam system of taking our collateral away from us without us even knowing what they're doing.
Yeah.
Right. We didn't.
They're the true criminals, okay? They try and make us a criminal for operating with the debt money that's out here. They make us a criminal by association, but they're the true hardened criminals. Any other questions, comments?
Right, because they're concealing and depriving and using something that doesn't belong to them. They're absconding. Yeah, let somebody else ask a question.
And that's what we have to do, is we have to come in and borrow from our own assets. Anybody else out there?
It's too bad that nobody has ever exposed this stuff, and everybody goes along with the fraud. Nobody's ever pushed to shove against it, or even tried to expose it. Nobody's doing anything.
Well, they've all been wrapped up in looking for wrong items, because that's what they were told to look at by other people.
Mm-hmm. But the movies about the only things that got close to it.
Yes, and they could only put out a little bits and pieces.
For the eyes that can see.
Okay, Tom, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I did reboot, and I was able to get your file, and I'm ready to upload it to Yahoo.
Okay, already put it in that folder 36 or whatever, too.
Yeah, I have it in the folder 36, and I'll throw that to concurrent, too.
Yeah.
It's 6.4 megabytes. Yahoo may not take it.
Yeah, Yahoo may not take it. I don't know.
Yeah.
When you say folder 36, where's that at? It's the Yahoo group?
E-concurrent.
Oh, e-concurrent folder
and
36.
It's, on the Yahoo group, it's called Federal Reserve Banking, and e-concurrent is called 36-Federal Reserve Banking.
Well, there's a folder called Federal Reserve Banking. You're talking about the whole folder? Or the Federal Reserve Banking?
The one that's on the We the People website, okay?
Yeah, there's a Federal Reserve Banking document.
And then it's got 36 in the middle of it there, Tom just said. Okay? So that's that file. But this other file may not be able to be loaded into it because it's 6-point-something meg. So the PDF that I put up there, this one about England, setting off the debts with England, basically is because, see, we really don't owe shit to England, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's all fraud. They've used our stuff as collateral, and now they're trying to say that we're a debtor to them. No, they're the debtor to us because they've used our assets as collateral. They've used America as a collateral for their endeavors out here, for their source of funding.
Well, one thing about Skype is you can send some big files through Skype, Thomas. You know that.
You can also download them quicker off of e-concurrent if I get them to Tom. So Tom's got it there, so don't worry about getting it off of Skype.
Okay.
Get it off of e-concurrent.
Okay, I got it. I'll wait till it gets uploaded there, and I'll look for it and study it.
Anybody else got an open mic out there that wants to say anything? You got them all unmuted, Tom? Unmute them all.
Yeah, I have them all on. Well, one is not muted. Okay, they're all unmuted.
Anybody have any questions?
Area code 281 is still making a lot of noise.
Well, don't worry about him right now. Anybody out there got any questions? Okay, terminate the call, Tom.
Okay, thank you, Patrick.
Yeah.
Still got a lot of reading to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, ask him about the EFT.
Well, so I mentioned it to him earlier, and I don't know whether he talked to the guy or not.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any questions or comments or anything? Any feedback from anybody on anything?
I don't have any feedback because I just got here and I haven't been able to do a lot of stuff. But when you were saying about the question on acquiring, we're looking at acquiring property. So I was thinking, has there been anything done with sending in the coupon draw to the address that I happen to get from the Treasury, or has there nothing happened with that?
No, we probably should do that.
Because I actually haven't been able to send my documents, but I was going to, if nothing has happened, I'm going to send them in tomorrow. And
well, if you study a little more, you might see that basically I don't think Minneapolis is a place to go. We went there years ago and tried to do a lot of different things to Minneapolis and never got anything out of them.
okay, so basically take it to the Treasury in Philadelphia.
That's where I would say that the basically we need to go to. Okay. That's the number 2 place that I could see, because it's the only one that has a curator other than D.C. for the Mint.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll send my documents out tomorrow. I'll get the routing number and send it out.
You just can't. You need to do more study, okay?
Yes,
you
sir.
need to look at that Federal Reserve Operating Procedure number 10. And Appendix 3, and have that filled out. You need to have a cover letter. You need to have the next document, and then you need to have an authorization form there with it. You need to do an endorsement, proper endorsement on the back of, after you think about it, on the back of your certificate of live birth. You need to have a 1099-A involved in there. You're going to probably have to have a 1099-B to go along with it in the process, because you're bartering your assets.
Okay.
See, there's more stuff to think about here than basically just go throw some stuff at them, okay? I gave you some stuff about 2 weeks ago about the Federal Reserve banks, and to basically study that discount window.
Okay.
I don't hear anybody talking about the discount window in the endeavor of, and those documents, operating procedure number 10 and anything out here. That's what you need to look at.
I haven't delved into it, Patrick, because I'm such in bad shape I can barely read right now. But I hope that'll be fixed in a day or so.
Yeah, Thomas has been sick, so I'm trying to help him the best of my ability. Thank God I'm here to help him. But I will get on this, and I will look at the Federal Procedure number 10. So operating procedure. Operating.
And study it. It talks about letters of credit. It talks about the collateral in Chapter 17, and that's what we're going after, is we're picking up our collateral that we've issued out there under letters of credit.
Okay, I have not
It's all right there, okay?
Yes, sir.
It's in the file.
Okay, enough said.
Okay, I'll go get it. I'll look at it. And
now, anything on bills, basically, you turn around and you do a 1099-A for the bill. Like I said last time, or time before, I can't remember which one it was, but basically, we're operating in a system out here that everything they send to us is positive. Okay? In their world, debt is positive. So they're sending us a debt. They're lending a debt to us. They are the lender on the 1099-A. We are the borrower. Our Social Security person is the borrower on the 1099-A. So it's a positive number on the 1099-A. You do an endorsement on the bill, sort of like a check in a process, endorsing it back to them in a negative value to release the credits that they're holding to set off the positive charge. You have to discharge it. And the only way you can discharge it is to give a negative value to discharge the positive value. You come in under your individual banker's EIN number when you do the endorsement and authorization, because you are the fiduciary over those accounts. That is your chief financial officer of your private bank.
Right.
You got to think about this. You are now a private banker as soon as you got that EIN. You are every bit as powerful, if not more powerful, than all these commercial banks, insurance companies, courts, everything, as a private banker. Like I told you in the movie the other night, that Jupiter ascending to get her inheritance, her title, she had to get her tax identification number. The tax identification number that we needed to have all along, superior one, was basically the individual banker's EIN number, as we are an unincorporated, nonprofit organization. We're not under state control. The state has no control over us.
That's what Michael did, right?
So that's what you have to do. And then basically you put that in. Now, if you paid something out of your back pocket, you can turn around and still put that in, and then turn around and do the 1041 and claim back what you paid out of your back pocket.
Okay.
But you still have to do it. Like, I paid with credits off my debit card to buy my vehicle. But did that really set off the debt? I don't know. I don't think so. So I have to go in and basically do a 1099-A on the item to Ford Motor Company and set off the debt. Have them release the credits that they owe us for the usage of our collateral in the endeavor. It's not with the local dealer, it's with Ford Motor Company for the price of that vehicle. Just like all the your postage receipts you have. You turn around, you send a 1099-A in, a federal, you put the post office, the postal system, as the responsible party on the 1099-A. They were the lender. Your fictional person was the